Hi, everybody. What a wonderful Frederica Friday that has dawned upon us once again. And very fitting, because we shall continue Dawn of the Golden Witch today. Now, just a little heads up for this week. I'm anticipating, depends on how fast we get through stuff, but I'm anticipating that this stream today will be slightly shorter than usual. Possibly. Because that way we can have a bit of a longer one next week for the finale of this episode. But before we get ahead of ourselves, why don't we get through what we got to get to today? So let's pick up where we left off. With the body of Battler.
It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then.
And all of the crime scenes are locked rooms. They're murders that couldn't have been performed without magic. Isn't seeing through that the point of the game? By which I mean the murders must be possible to commit without magic. After all, if they really could be done only with magic, this wouldn't be a game.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah, that is the sort of game we've been playing.
This game is fair. The goal is to explain, without magic, the strange crimes that the opposing side claims to have carried out using magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, just as Erica said, it has to be possible to perform the murders without magic. Heartwolf with the $5. Can't be here for this stream, unfortunately, but enjoy and good luck. Thank you so much. To view it from the opposite angle, the witch side has a certain responsibility. They have to make a crime that can be reproduced with tricks and not magic. As long as the human side can't figure out those tricks, the witch side can use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a locked room murder with magic, it is necessary to create a crime that is possible to carry out by human hands.
By now I understand. I see why, when I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia, they couldn't do what I told them. And I understand the meaning of Mammon's words. Do you mean that magic is only capable of that which you can accomplish by your own hands? At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates, no, that's not it. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of going through with it, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turned it into magic. Of course, there were a great number of witnesses in that classroom, so that would probably have been impossible. Maria Onechan would call it being burned by the anti-magic toxin. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses and carried out murder myself, that would be when the Seven Sisters of Purgatory could carry out a magical murder. Even with magic, witches cannot do things that they cannot accomplish by themselves. They can only use magic to embellish the things that are possible for them. How interesting it is that those who accomplish something without using magic nevertheless speak of magic and call themselves witches. This Erica person has understood that since the beginning. That's why she will never surrender to witches. She's confident that it must be explainable with tricks. That the old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that confidence. Once this rule is seen through, the witch loses any chance of victory. That's why they have to make their opponent surrender before they see the truth of this rule. The longer the match is drawn out, and the more hints are given, the more overwhelming the witch's disadvantage becomes. Once again, my thoughts are spinning in circles. Why did Beato prolong this game until she lost?
Many victims had been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's group seems to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph were in the hall, talking about what should be done next. During a short gap in this chaos, Erica dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes.
Normally, with the detective's authority, Erica had the right to openly investigate the crime scene to her heart's content. However, this time, she hadn't yet invoked that authority. Because of that, and with her being a guest and an outsider, there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. So she was forced to quickly check on all of the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room, there had been a clear folder containing a plan of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the location of every room in the mansion. Erica efficiently made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in turn.
Lady Erica, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? It is true that you have an incredible photographic memory. When you combine that with the detective's proclamation, it becomes impossible for you to be fooled by anything. Oh, I know what you're going to say. Since I haven't made the detective proclamation, even my photographic memory could potentially be fooled. Of course, I understand that. Still, that doesn't mean I can afford to go without viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to commit a truly agonizing blunder. To take an extreme case, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse right now, the possibility will always remain that they were faking their death. It will probably be necessary to give Battler repetition requests to confirm the details of each situation individually. And I'll need to use the blue truth liberally in order to draw those out of him. I know that. Let's start with the basics. The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap. It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was.
Yes, this fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I have no conveniences such as the detective's authority. I truly do just have to fight the same way the old Battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was in a very blessed, unfair position last game, just as my master said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which also holds my honor as a detective, but I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue truths. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old Battler did. I quickly visited the VIP room, Krause's study, and Natsuhi's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time, checking with my own eyes, as I had neglected to do in the last game.
Got a menu update here? Okay. So, Natsuhi, corpse discovered in her own room. Furuto Erica did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation, so the details of the cause of death are unknown. And yeah, that's pretty much gonna be what it says for all of these. Schrodinger's death screen.
First off, the scenes were made to look like locked rooms. Probably of special note is the fact that the master keys have no relation to the tricks this time. The locked rooms were all constructed without relying on any elements that could be locked or unlocked from the outside by a master key or something else. The windows were locked from the inside, and the doors were all locked and chained. The master key can get around all locks on the doors, but the window locks and the chain locks are more trouble than they might appear. I haven't yet used a repetition request to get confirmation that it's impossible to manipulate them from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid otherwise. I understand. Right now, I'm a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the deaths of the corpses. Last time, I neglected to check the bodies, and let a massive piece of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I let that happen even once more, I won't be able to face the master I am so indebted to. We have checked all of the crime scenes and finished gathering information. Here is our report. Go ahead. First, all of the rooms employ window locks and chain locks to form locked rooms in a way that would be difficult to interfere from the outside. The only exception is the parlor, where Rosa and Maria lay dead. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Let it be known that the door was barred with a hat stand. It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock, in that it can only be set from the inside. It is probably his goal to construct locked rooms where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective.
The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in place of a chain.
In that case, the interesting question becomes why he didn't choose one of the other rooms that do have a chain lock. There are several other guest rooms besides the one Battler lay dead in, all with similar construction, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In that case, it would have been more aesthetically pleasing to lock them in there so that everyone would be inside a locked room locked by a chain. Yet he did not do that. This hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very suspicious. I should probably investigate it thoroughly with repetition requests. Also, regarding the bodies, in the last game their throats were sliced wide open, to the point that the deaths could be confirmed with certainty even without the detective's authority. But was there anything like that this time around?
Of course, she had checked all of the corpses in all of the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any faked deaths with certainty. The old Battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erica. 1 second. Sorry, I just had to answer a message from my dear friend Salty DK Dan. Shout out to Salty DK Dan, who is having a new video go up tomorrow. Which also, I'm also having a new video go up tomorrow, so you should watch both of our new videos tomorrow.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that there were no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. We cannot eliminate the possibility that any one of these corpses might be a faked death. Well, even if I make a repetition request to confirm their deaths, I doubt Battler will be so quick to answer. Sheesh.
I liked Beato's chain of 6 locked rooms better, but those locked rooms are more complete, considering that master keys are of no help at all.
There are 2 general ways of breaking locked rooms that Battler might be after. An illusion of a locked room or an illusion of a crime. It'll be one of those.
I get the first one. That's when something looks like a I get the first one. That's when something looks like a locked room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by illusion of a crime?
An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, are they really dead?
Come on, are you kidding me? If the person inside a locked room is alive, it's no different than if they were just taking a pee. Still, with this locked room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer.
What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? We don't know if there are any secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide, or even whether these are complete locked rooms in the first place.
I have a behind-the-scenes view of Battler's game board, so I can tell you this. These are perfect locked rooms. They can only be constructed from the inside, and there's no way to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside.
Can you say that in red?
Habaki Gaming with the $5. Happy Frederica Friday. Today will be a doozy, I feel, so I hope everyone has fun. Thank you for the content, Marcy. Excited for the upload. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That'd be a little rude to Battler, so no. If you do love me, you must see my words as red truth, right?
Then the locked rooms are perfect. In other words, this is an illusion of a crime.
It does seem that way. If so, these locked rooms are all a ruse. I guess the whole Ushiramiya family got so fed up with Erica prattling on and on about being a detective and not knowing when to shut up, that they all joined together and set up a fake murder to make fun of her, or something. Wait, is that the right answer? I'm, like, a super great detective.
Mayday in Paradise with $5. Gonna have to watch the vodka's work, but just popping in to say I finally caught up on all the streams. Thank you so much for getting me into this series. Hey, excited that you're caught up, and I hope you enjoy this one as well.
Unfortunately, this isn't a ruse. The victims have been thoroughly killed.
Huh? And you're not talking about at midnight on the second day?
No detective proclamation has been made, but she's very accurate when examining corpses. I can almost even give her examinations the red truth.
So what does that mean? That they were definitely dead when Erica examined their corpses?
Yes, that's right. Well and truly.
But you won't say it in red for her, right? And that poor Erica must want it so bad.
Well, she isn't even a detective this time around. I won't give her any red.
But then, if that's all true, that's amazing. This time, Battler's really made a perfect locked room murder.
Oh, perhaps he has.
Will Erica be alright?
Oh, optimistic duelist. Thanks so much for the series, Nezumi. It's been my companion as I teach myself to cook, and I got a friend to follow the series along with me too. They're still on episode 3 VODs. It's fun. I was gonna send this as a $50 super chat, but YouTube was a hassle, so I just copied it. Enjoy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I'm really glad that you finally got into the series because I was thinking that it would kind of be your thing.
It looks like an ordinary locked room murder at a glance, but this one is secretly pretty nasty. Won't this be a bit too much for Erica without her detective's authority?
She's a self-proclaimed great detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Beata were defeated by a mere human who isn't even a detective, they'll fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think?
And even if Erica loses, we get to play by throwing her into the worst fragment and casting her into the depths of oblivion, right?
Exactly. No matter how the chips fall, it won't be boring for us.
You really don't have to tear one tear to shed or a drop of blood in your veins, do you? Still wringing that black cat out like a towel and licking up that single drop that comes out is what brings me joy.
Beata's game board did entertain me for quite some time, but we've already wrung everything we can from it. It'll be over with this game. So if we're going to cap it off properly, we really must let Erica and Battler bet everything in one final face-off.
Boo. I wanted to play this game with you forever. What a shame.
Come now. I've spent plenty of time with you already. Go find me another interesting game board. If you do, I'll play with you again.
You really don't ever let me get bored. Be like this forever, Bernkastel. Seeing your face twist with anguish is the one forbidden honey I've found for myself.
Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect locked room. Bernkastel had guaranteed that it was the perfect murder. A perfect locked room murder. The witches hated to be a killjoy, so they wouldn't yet say anything with the red truth. Pursuing that would be the role of Battler and Erica.
Seems like you had a pretty mad dash around the crime scenes. Satisfied? Is your inspection complete?
Yes, I'm satisfied. So about our war of red and blue, what are your thoughts? Shall we start right away? Or do it all at the end?
I don't like putting things off. I think the same goes for you.
Then allow me to get started with the locked room of the first twilight. First, I'd like to check. Do you intend to respond to my repetition requests?
That depends on what they are. I have no obligation to respond to all of them, and I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse.
Good. Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a locked room. Blanor, please read it aloud. Understood. We request that the following be repeated.
Dlanor unfurled the kind of scroll often depicted in Western fairy tales when an official reads a royal decree. And she read the contents aloud.
First, the rooms with the 6 people in them are all locked rooms.
Acknowledged. Of course, that's only until Goda and the others severed the chains and destroyed the locked rooms.
Hold on a second. I keep thinking that something's stuck in my teeth. It's bothering me. Anyway. At a nod from Dlanor, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes.
Second, the definition of locked room implies that it is impossible to construct from the outside.
Acknowledged.
In other words, no trickery done from the outside can construct a locked room. It isn't permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside by a skillfully used wire, for example.
I didn't need you to tell me that.
Dlanor, please continue. Third, the definition of a locked room implies that all forms of interference between the inside and outside of the room are prevented.
Acknowledged. However, I won't rule out the kinds of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices, and the extension telephone line.
Fourth, At the time of the breaking of the locked rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims, Natsuhi, Ava, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, Battler.
Acknowledged. This was to check that the murderer hadn't been hiding inside a locked room. Because if the discoverers departed the scene after becoming I don't know where I got corpses from. Because if the discoverers departed the scene after becoming aware of the locked room murder, and then the culprit slipped out of the room after that, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a locked room. Because Battler had acknowledged their statement with the red truth, this possibility, that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the locked room at the time of the crime, following which the culprit had hid under the bed and snuck out after the discovery of the crime, had now been eliminated.
Fifth, no murder was committed after the breaking of the locked rooms.
I decline.
Why? Because the victims were really alive at the point when the locked rooms were destroyed? And the culprits were actually Kraus and the others who crowded in, who committed the murders then and there? In other words, because it was a murder after the locked room was destroyed. Is that the truth behind this? No, that's not it. The murders will continue to occur, so he can't declare in red that no murders will happen after this. A stupid technicality. You must understand what we're getting at. Kraus's group cut the chains and destroyed the locked rooms, then killed the people inside. I just want you to argue against this. Lady Erica, the undefined plurality of Kraus's group is insufficient. You should first check to see which humans entered the room after the locked rooms were broken.
For your attention. Excepting the victims, the only ones to enter the locked rooms were these four: Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
For your attention. This is based on hearsay. Be advised that there is no proof that others did not enter.
I know that already. Let's have him repeat that. After the breaking of the locked rooms, the only ones to enter the rooms apart from me were these four: Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
Sure. Acknowledged. However, this only applies to the current point in time. It's possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter.
Repetition requested.
Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits.
Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. The word culprit was fairly broad, and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch.
Why not answer? If we decline, they'll leave behind a blue truth saying that Kraus and the others were the culprits.
You're right. I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. These four had no involvement in murdering these six: Natsuhi, Ava, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, and Battler.
And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the locked room to have been involved in those murders either, doesn't it?
Who knows? Think about it yourself. If you think you can build up some blue truth for how a locked room murder can be committed without entering the room, then I'll respond with the red truth. However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out. In other words, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long-distance locked room murder trick X, I don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. These are the rules of the witch's game. Anja checked these details with Beato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out mystery after mystery and claims them all to be impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with human tricks. And if they cannot make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of these mysteries, that mystery will be considered to have been done by magic, and it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its mysteries. In contrast, the human side has to fully explain all mysteries with the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all of the mysteries with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. Therefore, just like the strategy the old Beato adopted in her final game, it is sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text counter-arguments until the very last moment. Then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot.
In any event, you've declined to repeat that last one, right?
Don't kid yourself. You're not entitled to have your repetition requests answered. From the perspective of the witch side, repetition requests are just a supplement to make sure the human side hasn't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they have neither a technical nor a moral obligation to respond to requests that are extremely broad.
Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well, too.
Your experience is no match for mine.
Planor. Let us continue. Sixth, the victims did not die by any methods other than homicide.
Acknowledged.
Of course, there were no suicides or accidental deaths. Seventh. Seventh, the victims.
That's enough, Planor.
Are you sure? There are still items. Yes, that will do fine. I've confirmed the status of the crime scenes. From here on, it's time for me to argue back with the Blue Truth.
Fine by me. Let me hear your masterful theories.
Though Battler and Erica were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing it. She was probably slightly jealous of Erica. Beato thought back on the books she had read in Featherine's archives, in which the old her and Battler had fought. That must have been fun as well. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. Excluding Battler, the 6 people killed had all been women. The men who had been left behind went mad with rage at the cowardice of it, broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives, and went back and forth between the two many times.
Why were they all girls? How cowardly can a person be? What's wrong with us? Here we are under the same roof and we're just smoking away, not noticing that members of our own family are being killed. Damn it! But who? How? They were not unprotected, but chains were set for all of them. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they killed them. I just want to know who. Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san, were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference?
Yes, there can be no doubt. In accordance with the madam's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol. Tonight was a special case, but everything was locked up shortly after seeing the children off to the guest house.
That doesn't make any sense. If that's true, how were Battler and Maria-chan inside the mansion? They shouldn't have been able to get in, right? If everything really was locked up properly, that couldn't have happened. Doesn't the two of them being inside the mansion prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Right? Right?
He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard them from the servant room, but Goda said nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery.
You don't think... For example, what if Madam or someone happened to be close by the entrance and noticed Battler-sama and Maria-sama knocking or heard the bell?
It couldn't have happened. You were in the servant room then, right, Goda-san? There's a chime that goes off in the servant room when the front door opens. There's no way you'd have missed anyone.
Yes, but you see... At the time, Goda was serving drinks, as you requested, so he was not in the servant room.
Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day? Why was someone as important as Genji-san on duty in the guest house? Does that make any sense? Why was the servant room left empty?
My wife was the one who put those shifts together. She probably hoped that Goda would serve some fashionable drinks during the family conference as well, since he often thinks to do such things.
But Krasny-san, this is a family conference, right? The most important day of the year, right? Why was Goda-san left as the only person on shift in the mansion? If there'd just been one more person, everything would be different, don't you think? Well?
With a half-crying, half-enraged, jumbled-up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some emotions by hating someone he could see.
I understand how distressing this must be for all of you. However, please calm down. I don't know whether Goda-san wasn't thorough enough when locking up, or whether someone let Battler-san and Maria-san in after they came back from the guest house and then forgot to lock up afterwards. But whatever the case, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with how the mysterious culprit snuck in. After all, the mansion is massive. They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night for all we know. I can understand the desire to suspect someone, but please calm down.
Our guest is right. The culprit is the one that we should hate, not Goda, who just happened to be on duty. At any rate, let's calm down. I feel as terrible as the rest of you. However, we must take initiative now and regain our composure. Naniki. We all feel sad and devastated. And none of us will ever forgive the one who did this. That's why we all need to regain our composure. He's right. I still have George. Kraus Nissan still has Jessica-chan. Rudolph-kun still have Anje-chan waiting for you to return, right? It's still too soon to go risking everything to take down the killer.
The culprit is still on the island, and we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over. We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies.
Erica's words softly consoled them, and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph would probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of the guest, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears.
Let's stay cool. We have 3 grown men with us and guns as well. Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances that the culprit has a gun are low. In other words, as long as we keep our heads, the culprit will no longer have any way to touch us.
She's right. We can't let that murderer have his way on our island any longer. Let's find the killer. We're in the middle of a typhoon. They can't escape from the island, and there's only so many places where they can take shelter from the rain.
This island is larger than you'd think. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with so few people. After all, you look ready to shoot the culprit dead on the spot if you were to find them now. If the culprit has fled into that dense forest, fearing for their life, you won't find them easily.
Right. We should just wait patiently for the typhoon to pass. Have the boat call the police for us and let them thoroughly search the island. The police are incredible, you know. They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the killer out. The most important thing now is to make sure no more of our beloved family members are taken from us. Rudolph, if something happens to you, what will happen to Anje-chan back home? Kyrie. Battler. Damn it. Damn it! I never had a chance to tell you the truth.
Kraus-san, I'm sure that everyone in the cousins' room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them that you've regained your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there?
Good point. We have to talk with everyone about what we're going to do next.
Please go up with him, Genshi-san, and Goda-san. I'm sure that Shannon-san, Kanon-san, and Kumasawa-san are all very agitated as well.
Yes. I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. Are you certain? Is there nothing more we can help with?
That's the very reason I want to go with Kraus-san. I want you there to help him if something happens. I'd like for the rest of us to check that everything is locked up here. We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead.
Understood. If you need anything, please call us.
Genji bowed and nodded to Kraus. Kraus nodded to Erica, then headed upstairs with Genji and Goda. When only men are around in a time of confusion, it's easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to control the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erica had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being.
Okay. In that case, let's get to checking the locks. The problem's the big window in the lounge. It looks like it doesn't even have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Don't worry, the sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll turn them into Swiss cheese.
Quiet, please. I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows. Please listen calmly to what I'm about to say.
When Erica lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she had something secret to talk about. So they brought their ears closer as soon as they regained their composure.
Are you ready? This crime happened during a short break in the family conference.
In that tiny span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing. I can't imagine that was the result of any haphazard crime. This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well, inside and out.
Well, sure, they didn't know the inside well then. But still.
A short while ago, they had lambasted Goda, suspecting the servants of having made a blunder. However, they had only thought that he had forgotten to lock up and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can easily suspect someone they know well, can't easily suspect someone they know well, of being a killer.
At the time of the crime, the mansion was locked from the inside, and only those involved with the family conference existed there.
So, what you're saying... So what? You're saying Aniki killed Kyrie and the others? Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi Nissan? It's impossible. Unthinkable. I've never even considered suspecting Kraus Nissan or Rudolf-kun. All of us siblings were happily married. True, the Ashiramiya family may be strict with discipline and money, but that doesn't mean we treasure our own families less than any other family would.
Yes, of course, I believe that. I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives.
Erika had already received Red Truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers, so there was no need to argue that point. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. None of those 4 were the killer. And yet, Erika said this.
However, what about Goda-san? He was in the servants' quarters the whole time during the family conference, in a position to act without anyone else's knowledge.
Hold up. Let's not jump the gun on suspecting Goda-san. He came to bring us drinks in the dining hall during the break. He was with us for a good long while. I can't imagine he had the time to kill 6 people. But he might have been able to let the actual killer into the mansion.
Precisely. Goda-san probably didn't kill them himself. However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion.
Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were all family. Even the wife of a sibling was still family. The siblings may have harbored hatred for each other, but they could never have hated each other's wives enough to kill them. Although Ava and Rosa were part of the sibling circle of hate, there could be no reason for a sibling to kill any of the others who had died, Natsuhi, Kyrie, Battler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps everyone was little more than a complete stranger.
I suspect the servants on 2 counts. First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a struggle at any of the crime scenes. I'm sure you're all well aware that none of the rooms were the least bit disturbed.
I thought that too. Kyrie is used to fighting. Like hell she'd get killed that easily without resisting. That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger off. It does make sense that the culprit was someone she knew, who suddenly attacked her when her guard was down. Come to think of it, same goes for my Ava. She knows a dozen kinds of martial arts. She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. She wouldn't have been killed off in a snap like that.
Then what about Rosa-san in the parlor? Do you think she would allow herself to be easily killed by a stranger without resisting, while she had her only daughter with her? And this tells us something else that's important.
Something important? There's more than one culprit. You're right. Both Rosa-san and Maria-chan were in the parlor. The culprit must have killed them both at the same time, or they'd have made a hell of a racket. And if they were able to do that, there can't just have been one of them. When it came to Maria-chan, Rosa was like a quick-to-anger mother bear. She wouldn't cower in fear, not even if someone pointed a gun at her. I see. So it had to have been people that wouldn't rouse Rosa's suspicion until the last second.
I believe you can already see that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less realistic. Whoever they are, they're familiar with the island, and there's more than one of them.
There's more than one culprit, and they know the island. Erika's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against.
So, you suspect the servants?
Yes. Under the current circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason I have for suspecting them is the fact that the locked rooms were formed with chain locks.
Why do the chain locks make them suspicious?
What if there was no chain lock on the locked rooms?
That's not much of a locked room. Anyone could make a room like that with nothing more than a master key. Yes, I see. The servants had to seal them with the chains so that they wouldn't be suspected.
Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn it around, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion since they hold the master keys.
So, the only ones with something to gain from setting the chains are the servants. I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how did they actually set the chains? Is it possible to set them from the outside?
Considering how they're built, I don't think that would be impossible. Have you heard this story? Apparently, some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Apartment mailboxes often have similarly adjoining boxes around them for nearby room numbers. I hear that sometimes when the mailmen aren't being careful enough, they accidentally deliver letters to the next room over.
Those mailboxes are almost always locked. If you put the mail into the wrong one, you'd have no way of getting it out.
In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake, have that person unlock the mailbox for them, and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out, and going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a hook at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly delivered postcard out through the crack of the mailbox.
I've heard something similar from a friend of mine at a building management company. They sometimes get drunks who lock themselves in a toilet stall and fall asleep. So to get them out of there, they stick a thin metal tool through the crack in the door and undo the latch.
Exactly. All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of the sort.
Good point. Once you figure out the knack of it, you could probably set the chain from the outside by using a wire as well. Yes, you can't be sure that it's impossible.
True, physically speaking. One couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened to crack. If a person were to stick something through that crack, they should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for Rudolph and Hideyoshi to think that way. However, Erika knew better. Though it might be possible in reality, it had already been declared with the red truth that these locked rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. In other words, it was impossible to manipulate the chain lock from the outside. And yet, Erika was guiding their thoughts to put them under the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the locked rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some vital point, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Everything about her serious face for the last few minutes was an act. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects.
I plan to tell Krauson what I've told you. I'm not saying that all of the servants are culprits. However, it is very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them.
Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erika was skillfully grasping the initiative. Even without the presence of the detective's authority, controlling human nature like this is trivial. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, Erika.
How does it feel? To play on the witch's side?
It feels strange. I used to think that the witch side had a huge advantage, but now that I'm on that side, I see that's ridiculous. It's almost like that party game where you stick knives in a barrel.
From the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot at a target hidden by mist. But from the witch side, a random shot might become fatal.
And the old me played several games just like that.
Yeah, it's almost like Russian roulette. Even so, you stretch those games out to the limit, believing that I would eventually figure it out.
It may be impudent of me to ask, but just what is it that you figured out, Battler-san? At the very end of your games with the old me.
It was a strange question. In the past, Beato had always been the one posing it to Battler, but now that Battler had figured it out, Beato was the one asking him about it.
It's the exact opposite. In the past, only you remembered, and only I forgot. But now it's the other way around. Only I remember, and only you have forgotten.
Would you mind telling me what it is?
Telling you would be easy. But I don't want to tell you. I'm not trying to be mean. I just want to believe in a miracle myself. Just a little bit.
A miracle?
Yes, this was the single miracle seed that Battler had preserved. If Beato could remember a certain something without being told, that would prove that Beato had revived in the truest sense, so he wouldn't tell her. It was Battler's final seed, which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hope that Beato might revive.
If you can't tell me, then I won't ask. If I have upset you, please forgive me.
Don't worry about it. I'm just clinging to the past.
As she watched that sad smile, Beato's chest tightened. He was looking at her, and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self, for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spiderwebs, and I who don't, must become one. Surely it's more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now, than if I simply watch over his game.
How do you feel about this game? Do you think you can win?
Yes, I believe I can. I'll win, and end this eternal torture just like Beato wanted.
When it ends, what will happen to the world?
Who knows? I'm really not sure, but that's what we wished for. So no matter what the result is, I intend to accept it.
I wonder what will happen to me.
Beato was uncertain. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. If the game ended, then would she, one who had been born out of that game's rules, disappear?
This game will probably disappear, but now I completely understand magic, so I'll be able to carry you off the game board. I think that was your wish.
My wish?
The rest is a secret. I'll be waiting for the miracle, for you to remember all of that by yourself.
After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. Apparently, it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self.
Well then, I'll go check on my opponent for a bit. I can't wait to see what kind of twisted logic that idiot thinks up next.
The old Battler son did a lot of that too. My favorite was the one from the first twilight of the second game when you said the culprit killed everyone by feeding them small bombs.
The highlights of my dark past. Please forget that ever happened.
Yes, I will try.
Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Beato remained bowed until he had disappeared completely. To fill in his place, a single gold butterfly appeared and became Beato the Elder.
Did you call me, little sister? Yes. I want to know more about you. And I want to know what the real me is like. I want to become like that.
Of course. I also want to know about my future self. We revealed everything about ourselves to each other for that purpose. However, we did not become one. I cannot understand what we must do to become our single self.
What can we do to become one?
I have high hopes for the trials of Zepar and Furfur.
You mean the miracle of magic given to the victors?
I wonder if that magical miracle means becoming one's full self. I will be able to attain my true form. You will be able to fulfill Battler's wishes. Battler will also be happy, and all of us will suddenly have what we want.
I can't get away from this trial, can I?
Which means you cannot afford to lose to the other two pairs.
George-san and Shannon-san, Jessica-san and Canon-san. I can only grasp happiness by trampling over them.
The conditions apply equally to all. If one of the others succeed in love, the other two pairs, including you, will be trampled over.
Why must the scales be so unbalanced, I wonder?
Unbalanced.
Some people will find love, others won't. So I can understand placing those two groups on the two plates of a set of scales. But the scales for our trial have 3 plates, and 2 must lose for 1 to win. It seems horribly unbalanced.
Who knows? It might mean that successful love is worth 2 destroyed loves.
Your words do not inspire confidence, little sister. If you cannot put your desire to answer to Battler's expectations before your concern for the losers, victory will slip through your fingers.
You're right. I won't give up on our victory. I don't like doing this to the others, but there will be no hard feelings between us. If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever couple wins. So I'll fight with all my heart and soul, so that I have no lingering regrets. And I'll win that miracle of magic.
How was it? How did the red and blue shootout over the first twilight go?
I was just gathering information to start. Battler seemed pretty fired up.
She had just returned from a fierce fight with Battler, fought using the information gained through repetition requests. It was the old familiar kind of fight, reminiscent of the time when the red text had first appeared, or when the blue text had first been permitted. And the result?
First, in all cases, it was the victims themselves that constructed the locked rooms. Also, the locked rooms were perfectly preserved until Krause's group broke them open. Also, I confirmed that during that period, all forms of interference from the outside were impossible.
Erica reported this proudly as though it had been a great battle, but Bernkastel looked bored as she listened. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lambda Delta spoke her opinions frankly.
Wait a second. Doesn't that mean this locked room murder was perfect?
What?
The victims had sealed the locked rooms themselves, and that state had been preserved until Krause and the others had broken the locked rooms open, and no one had been inside the locked rooms except for the victims. In Krause's group, the ones who had broken the rooms open were not the culprits. Erica's battle had proceeded in this way, with her detailed repetition requests winning her several other little red truths just like these. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the witch who was her master was tired of boredom, and she had been expecting a much more flashy, argument-winning victory instead of this bland result.
However, this time I don't have the detective's authority, so there is a chance that my examination of the corpses could have been an error. So if we suppose that a drug which mimics death was used to fool my examination,
You mean Puru Puru Pico Puyo?
No, not that! It's not impossible for certain well-known drugs such as insulin to bring about a temporary state that mimics death. Battler did not counter that with the red truth. In other words, my blue truth worked. I'd say we started with the victory.
To sum up Erica's report, all she had done was listen to the red truths Battler had wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted to provide had been presented, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. Corporal, it's not just Erica's pride. She said before that the reason she is handicapping herself is because it is specifically to please Byrne, who is like otherwise going to cast her into the pits of hell if she loses. She wants to be specifically on Byrne's good side, and she doesn't want to disappoint her. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only bought her candy. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. All the same, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. So she had tried to give her report energetically to make it seem as though they were in a superior position. But no matter how much she tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless. Your blue truth worked? You mean it was too ridiculous for him to bother cutting down? Impressive powers of deduction, great detective.
I did try to examine the corpses with care, to the best of my abilities. However, I don't have the detective's authority, so we can't be certain.
Wait a second. Weren't you the one who decided not to make the detective proclamation? Didn't you say you wanted to raise the stakes to make up for your disgrace last time?
Well...
What's wrong? Are you saying that you can't win against Battler without the detective's authority?
Not at all, my master. I can easily defeat an incompetent buffoon like that, even without the detective's authority. It's just, this style of fighting is a little different from what I'm used to, and I haven't gotten the hang of it yet.
Compared to other human beings, Erica would rank as extremely talented. Her knowledge and powers of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and most likely, no human could be more suitable for the role of detective than her. However, no matter how superior she might be to other humans, that didn't matter in a game of witches. In a witch's game, it's either 0 or 100. In other words, everything is a red truth or it isn't. If a normal human's abilities were worth a 10, her exceptional power would probably rate a 99. However, it could never be 100. Since it was less than 100, it wasn't absolutely certain, so it didn't count as red truth. For example, the examination of the corpses that Erica had worried over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective's authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective proclamation, it was 99%. There was a 1% chance that she made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. The reason Erica had gained the detective's authority and become the Witch of Truth was that Bernkastel had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Just because Bernkastel wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erica's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. Even her talented assistant, Dlanor, couldn't be put to proper use without a power of 100. When working under an Erica who had lost the detective's authority, Dlanor's red longsword lost its power. Dlanor also found it vexing that she couldn't provide adequate assistance. She had tried several times to convince Erica to use the detective proclamation, but Erica had stubbornly refused each time.
Why not do it? Make that detective proclamation. If you do, you'll be unstoppable. Dlanor could even use her red longsword in the Nox Decalogue.
Why not do it, if you want?
No.
There was no need for anyone to explain. By now, it was clear that Erica hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will.
When Battler reached the truth in the previous game, this game was already finished. This isn't really the 6th game. It's a finale game so that Battler can have a chance to serve as Game Master at the end. Everything was already decided last game.
Yeah, pretty much. The games won't continue forever, and I've lost my bet with Byrne. In this game, Battler will prove he's reached the game's truth, and then Beator's game will be destroyed in a big victory for the human side. And a big victory for Byrne, too. Well, supposedly, but you looked unsatisfied for some reason.
Because I am. I didn't want such a boring victory.
The victory you wanted was for Beator's game board to be torn to bits, and for Beator's true pathetic form to be exposed, humiliated, and trampled on. But the victory of Battler's isn't quite like that, is it?
All this about love and promises. To end the game quietly and let her rest in peace. That sort of ending would make anyone vomit. I didn't give Battler all that advice so he could end things like that. I had his little sister turned to scrap meat behind his back. I had his parents and family killed horribly over and over again. That was all to spark a desire for revenge against Beato. And now, what kind of an ending is this? Have I won? Of course not. Battler's gotten his hands on a victory that neither you nor I can stand. I came all the way out here to see Beatrice lamely and pathetically torn to bits, and I endured a staggering period of boredom just for that one purpose. I didn't come here to sip from a rotten yogurt fragment like this.
Your angry face is wonderful too, Byrne. I get it. So you wanted to do at least one final something to get that bad taste out of your mouth.
It's all the fault of this moron piece screwing up the last game. Because of you, the first game board in centuries that looked like it might be a bit of fun for me is all wasted. Filth. Trash. Scum.
My apologies, my master. I will definitely bring you a victory, so please forgive me.
If you couldn't win with the detective's authority in the last game, how do you expect to defeat Battler now that he's the game master? You don't have a chance of winning, even with the detective's authority. So why bother with it?
Yeah, if you can't win anyway, then who needs the detective's authority? A certain loss becomes even more certain. Big whoop.
And therefore, if you manage to win in this even worse situation, that would be a miracle worthy of me. If and only if you can do that, I'll be able to forgive you.
Yes, I will surely show you that miracle.
You
Wish you could, disgusting puke spittle.
The best you can do is take part in the worst punishment game ever for the worst game ever, with your only weapon, the detective proclamation, taken away from you, humiliating yourself until you have no dignity left. And through it all, you'll roll onto your back like a dog and beg for my affection. Your purpose, puke spittle, is to make me laugh. Sounds like you're having a great time in here. Am I interrupting?
Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. Though he had just arrived, he seemed to realize immediately that the mood was dark.
Battler. To look at your first twilight. Quite impressive locked rooms. I'm sure you're more talented than Beato. It's just a rehash of locked rooms Beato made in the past. I'll take that to be a compliment for Beato.
It seems your fight with Erica wasn't bad either. Think your serial murders will move along smoothly?
Who knows? My role isn't to carry out serial murders. It's to use that process to demonstrate locked rooms that are impossible without magic, and thereby achieve victory for the witch side and prove that I've fully understood this game. No, there's one more thing. What? To settle the score with Erica, since our previous duel ended in an even tie.
Battler.
Even tie?
Bernkastel noticeably grimaced. Erica averted her eyes and hung her head timidly.
I know what you're thinking. That wasn't a draw. You should have won easily, so it counts as a loss.
Hey, it's not polite to eavesdrop.
Look in a mirror. It's written all over your faces.
What? No way! Where? Hey, what's going on? If you tell me it's written in ink only morons can see, then death! Death! Super death for you!
Lambda Delta pulled a mirror out of thin air, peered into it, and made a comical fuss. She was apparently playing the fool in her own special way.
Erica.
What is it?
That storm of red and blue from you and Glenor in the last game was spectacular.
Thanks.
What happened to Glenor this time? Are you by yourself?
No. I have been waiting here.
Glenor had just been standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows.
Well, she can't use her when she can't use her red longsword, Dlanor's just useless puke spittle. There's no point having her around, so I've dropped her from the action. All I can do now is keep records of Lady Erica's reasoning.
Why won't you fight with her? Why can't you use that red longsword? Erica's reasoning, and your longsword. They were strong because they worked together.
Dlanor didn't answer. She just glanced slightly at Bernkastel's expression. However, that glance was the same as a clear answer for Battler now. Battler fully realized the situation.
You're the one who told Erica not to use the detective proclamation. Oh? Whatever do you mean? This fight is between me and Erica. We're going to fight with all we've got. That way, we'll be able to accept it whether we win or lose. There's no need for a puppeteer behind the scenes like you. Come now, I'm no puppeteer. I'm just a theater-goer trying to relieve her boredom. A theater-goer is someone who sits quietly in the stands and watches. That's not what we call someone who jeers at the stage and threatens or manipulates the performers.
Sorry for being an ill-mannered person.
Patron. You might not know it, but I've actually paid a huge admission fee to watch this play. Sorry, but I intend to enjoy it until I get my money's worth. If you get in the way of the game's progression, I can use my authority as the game master to boot you out of this game. If you want to, go ahead. If you chase me out, then I'll head back with my piece, Erica. This game will be cancelled and you won't be able to prove that you've reached the truth. Theater-goers are observers. A truth with no observers might as well be fantasy. If you want to end Beato's game, you need a theater-goer as an impartial witness. Our truth is between us, and that's all it needs to be. If you're going to interfere any further, I will boot you out by force. Then you can writhe around in boredom for a few centuries until you find another way to kill time. Then go right ahead. Erica, this game is over. Good work. You were completely useless. You weren't able to overturn the dishonor of your loss, so as promised, I'll throw you into the worst fragment and cast you into the depths of oblivion with the empty popcorn buckets.
My master, I promise I will win. I promise I can win. Let me fight Battler to the finish. Please. I don't want to lose, get thrown into the depths of oblivion.
Well, I'd like to watch you battle until the end. The battler says he'll toss me out. Well, any ideas, Lambda?
Okay. I realize you've been irritated ever since the last game, Burn, but calm down a bit. And Battler, don't provoke Burn so much. This kid can't control her emotions sometimes.
Shut up! Who can't control her emotions?
Bernkastel, who at one point in time had never shown any expressions at all, was now twisting her face into all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Bernkastel clicked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. Apparently, Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Bernkastel in.
Erica, you want to fight Battler, clear your name, and get Burn back into a good mood, right?
Yes.
Battler, you want this final game that'll prove that you found the truth, to have a proper, tidy conclusion, right?
Yeah. This is a face-off between me and Erica. I won't let anyone get in my way, and I won't let anyone get in Erica's way either.
Battler.
If both of you wish to fight, then that should be respected. Leave Burn to me. I'm the only one in the world who can calm that kid when she gets into a bad mood.
You're the same sort as her, but at least you can be reasoned with.
You shouldn't underestimate me. I just like seeing Burn grimace. That's the only reason I've taken a liking to this game of yours. If you go on thinking I'm easy to handle, you'll get worse than burned. Blanor can't use her red longsword because the detective proclamation hasn't been made. If Erica makes that, she'll regain her power right away, right?
Yes. When the time comes, forgive me.
Erica,
What?
make the detective proclamation.
No.
Do you really think you can beat me as I am now without the detective's authority?
I can win. Lord Battler, Lady Erica is herself a piece. She cannot disobey her master's orders. All she can do is gather power permitted to her and fight for survival.
And Lanor, your power can't be used at all without the detective's proclamation?
In order to unsheath the red key, authorization is required. One of the preconditions for applying that authorization is the detective proclamation.
Is there any other way to obtain that authorization besides the detective proclamation?
What are you saying? If you're doing this out of pity for me, I don't need your help.
Quiet. You're no challenge on your own, and it's boring me stiff. So zip it, you non-detective detective.
The red key has an extremely close relationship with the red truth. If and only if a truth is provided, I am permitted to draw the red key for items that pertain to it.
What do you mean by a truth?
For example, there are Lady Erica's duct tape seals.
Ah, those.
Lady Bernkastel has already acknowledged that those seals are equivalent in value to the red truth. Therefore, I am authorized to draw the red key for truths pertaining to those seals.
Those caused me a lot of trouble last time, so I had all the sticky duct tape removed from the game board this time around.
A splendid move.
Erica was proud to be able to call herself the detective, wasn't she?
Yes. Though her only goal was to irresponsibly reveal mysteries, it was a matter of pride for her.
Then she must really be suffering now that she can't make that proclamation.
Only she could tell you that.
Battler took a deep breath, then hung his head and thought for a time. Erica was his enemy, but she was the player on the human side, and without her there would be no game. It had been the same way with the old Beato. Battler had one-sidedly viewed Beato as the enemy. However, though Beato had thought of him as the opposing player, she hadn't considered him to be an enemy on a personal level. I will fight my rival ruthlessly in accordance with the rules. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Furudo Erika herself. I will not misplay Beato's game. Erika, you're free not to make the detective proclamation, so do what you want and fight me with just your human powers.
I've been prepared to do that from the beginning.
However, you have talented people on your side. Flanor, Gertrude, and Cornelia. You aren't alone. You have allies.
Except that they're unreliable, powerless, and useless puke spittle.
Flanor, just like I was supported by Virgilia and Ronove in the past, Erika needs support as well. I know from repeated experience that playing for the human side is tough.
Yes. I will assist her with all the power I possess.
For your attention, we are in agreement.
For your attention, know that it is our job. You can't even use the red truth.
Erika, I will give power not to you, but to your allies.
Huh? What do you think you're doing? I'd rather die than receive your pity.
For the trio of Flanor, Gertrude, and Cornelia, Erika, I will allow you to use 3 rooms worth of those duct tape seals.
To fully seal one room, multiple seals are needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had just said 3 seals, she would have been only able to fully seal up one room at best. So Battler was generous and measured them by a room instead of a seal.
Lord Battler.
As the Game Master, I will also acknowledge that these seals have the same effect as the Red Truth. This way you'll be able to wield that red longsword in battles based around those seals, right?
Yes. But are you certain?
Winning against Erika when she's less than a detective is hardly a victory. If Erika is upping the stakes, then I should have the right to do the same.
Whew! What a man! Aren't you lucky, Erika? Now you can use a bit of red truth without making the detective proclamation and irritating your master.
You'll regret this. These 3 seals will be your death.
Sounds like fun. Come and kill me.
Though it was only for about 3 rooms, it was the red truth that Erika had been dying to use. Now she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame.
Understood. 3 rooms worth of duct tape seals accepted. Regarding this matter, should we consider them as being accepted retroactively back when Lady Erika received the non-sticky duct tape from Mrs. Kumasawa?
Erika had borrowed duct tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler had made it so those were not sticky. If he made it so there was never any problem with the stickiness of that duct tape, the transition could be made smoothly.
Sure, that's fine. I'll rewrite the tale. The duct tape that Erika received from Kumasawa-san late at night on the first day was sticky enough to work as a seal. But there was only enough left to use on 3 rooms. I'll apply that from here on out.
Understood. Lady Erika will also retroactively adjust her movements, starting before the discovery of the first twilight and taking into account the application of this privilege is now possible. As soon as these changes affect the progression of the game, they will be reported to the Game Master.
Letting you do it retroactively, even though you know which rooms the crime will occur in. That gives you a pretty big advantage. You won't have to waste tape on other rooms.
It seems you've grown quite arrogant since becoming Game Master. You're having fun, aren't you? Giving out charity to your pathetic opponent.
Quiet. And don't misunderstand. I'm not being arrogant or going easy on her. Erika, use this weapon and fight me with all of your strength. And I will crush you with all of mine. So hold your head high as you use those 3. That is all.
Battler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. As he did, he thought he heard Erika let out a strained voice calling him to a stop.
What is it? If you have no business with me, I'm going. Make sure you talk with Lenore. Don't listen to those obnoxious witches, whatever they tell you. As long as they're on this game board, they'll obey my rules.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll fight with all I've got. I'll come at you with all of my strength. So, I'll defeat you no matter what, so, if you do win against me, please,
all of your strength. Please, don't leave a speck of me behind.
You got it. And don't you go easy on me either. This is the final game. I'm playing to prove to Beato that I've reached the truth. At this point, who wins and who loses has no effect on that. I've accepted you as a worthy adversary, and now I simply want to settle the score. In the game, let us suspect each other over everything as enemies. But as fellow players, let's trust each other. That's how this game is supposed to be played.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Battler departed into the darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Erica remained behind, sobbing.
Just kidding. You are easy pickings, you stupid man. You fell right for it and gave me the tape. You gave the great Fudo Erica duct tape.
Arhabaki with the $2. Ahahaha dot wave. What a fool. Battler's incompetent. Uh-huh. Yeah. God damn it, Erica. It was hard to imagine that the person who had been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same individual. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The two witches were also cackling with ugly smiles.
I totally feel for him. When you become the game master, it feels like you become God and you get all sure of yourself, you know?
It was the same for you, wasn't it, Lambda? You lost because you made a bonehead mistake involving walking corpses. Bonehead game masters, bonehead blunders, bonehead arrogance, bonehead beatings, bonehead battler. Billions of boneheads.
Bonehead beatings, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads. I like the way it rolls off the tongue. Nice one, my master. Bonehead battler, billions of boneheads. Bonehead battler, billions of boneheads.
That bonehead battler honestly thinks that Erica's at a disadvantage, then it was nice knowing him. A detective proclamation isn't what you need to kill an idiot.
Just a corner of tofu for them to hit their head on.
Make that soft tofu.
That's some... Is it gochujang? Chili paste, and you've got a snack that'd go great with some wine. The three giggled together. It had all been an act to get the duct tape for the seals from Battler. Even though he had taken pains to ensure that the duct tape that had tormented him so much in the last game was rendered unusable in this one, he had fallen for Erica's act, and she had gotten what she wanted, even if it was only 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erica was at an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the duct tape.
With this, I can kill Battler perfectly. I figured out his moronic locked rooms long ago. A perfect locked room? Dumbass! I'll show you a real perfect locked room. And I could cry for joy at the fact that you gave me the weapon that will finish you. My master and Lady Lambda Delta, thank you so much for assisting with my performance.
It was fun. No need to thank me.
Plus, I wasn't acting. Despite getting the feeling that Bernkastel had just said something a little curious, Erica was in too high spirits to care. That pudding for brains moron thinking he's done something so noble.
I'll make you regret it. All right. Let's use these seals at our leisure. You were a great help too, Dlanor. It seems that Battler trusts you, so he believes every word you say. Don't tell me your conscience is hurting, you little murder doll. No.
Dlanor looked at Erica in a slightly lonely way. Then, after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard, and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into.
You knew that this was a no-holds-barred fight, foolish Lord Battler. This is without a doubt the result of your arrogance. Mr. Battler, this will prove fatal.
Borklaser9000, thank you for renewing your channel member status for 11 months. Wow, almost a year now. Crazy. First of all, congratulations are in order, wouldn't you say, Furfur?
Yes, because we have learned that each and every one of these lovers possesses a strong will.
This is a victory for love that we shall celebrate. Everyone had long since gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression.
We'll only celebrate that after we've passed your trial and someone has been given the miracle of magic.
I agree. We've all passed the first trial. What's next? I won't hold back anymore. I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes, we won't lose.
Neither will we.
Yeah. And of course, the same goes for Badlerkin's group.
Of course. I doubt anyone here is so naive that they hope to win by having the others relinquish victory.
Right. Anyone weak enough to drop out wouldn't be qualified to be here right now.
Even Beato, who seemed to be the shakiest one of the six, was strongly determined. The two demons nodded, taking note of the six's continued resolve.
So, what's the next trial? Don't tell me you still haven't decided.
Well, we thought at least some of you would drop out.
We didn't think all of you would remain. This is a happy, miraculous miscalculation due to love.
Cram it. So, are we going to play musical chairs or something to make sure someone drops out this time?
Yes, precisely that. We've decided to have this trial eliminate one group no matter what.
For this trial, we will borrow from the second twilight of the epitaph.
Tear apart the two who are close.
I don't understand.
Zipar-sama, Furfur-sama, what sort of trial is this? Do you mean we're going to kill each other?
That'd settle things quickly.
Though it's not exactly civilized.
Love is carnivorous.
We can't just all find happiness together, can we?
This is what they call a zero-sum game. It's an economic term, but maybe you've heard of it?
No, my apologies.
In a zero-sum game, all the wins and losses cancel out to zero. In order for someone to win, someone else must be forced to lose. It's the ruthless way of this world.
If only everyone could be happy. But I guess there's no way an ideal world like that could exist.
No, there is. Oh no, wait, that was the wrong voice. That is the Golden Land.
The Golden Land? What are you talking about?
That's right. If you reach the Golden Land, all love will be satisfied. However, like heaven and hell, that's not a place in this world.
That's an offer I would have to refuse. Love has meaning because we find it in this world. I could never support a sad lover's double suicide where we're only united after death. I'll see my love through alive. I won't lose to anyone.
George-san.
The door to the Golden Land is opened by solving the epitaph's riddle. It is said to be a place where love and lives are all whole and can be revived.
We're straying from the point. Tell us about the second trial already. Right. What are you trying to make us do with this tear apart the two who are close thing?
It is quite simple.
The only possible way to tear apart two lovers is by the sad farewell of death.
The second trial is to kill one of the six.
Of course, any lover with their partner killed is disqualified.
In short, one pair of lovers must drop out during this trial.
You say kill so simply.
Care Baron Ross with the $2. Without love, it can only be arrogance. Oh boy. Oof. Loaded.
What are we supposed to do?
You can fight to the death.
Or you can decide by a lottery of some sort.
Like hell we're gonna choose by drawing lots. Let's have a duel, fair and square.
Though, if we do that, I imagine that Badlerkin, who is the game master, and Beatrice, who is still the Golden Witch despite having no memory, will have a substantial advantage.
Well, I wonder about that.
Don't worry. For this trial, we have made everyone's powers completely equal.
Even the Game Master, Lord Battler, is taking this trial on an even footing with everyone else.
In that case, it's fair.
Is it completely and purely even?
Yes, perfectly even. In a one-on-one fight, the luck of the moment would determine the outcome.
All is perfectly equal.
It'll probably take a while to finish a fight.
So perhaps the trick would be to attack in advantageous circumstances?
Duels that take time are, of course, wonderful too.
Why would anyone leave it up to luck? Of course we want the fight to be in our favor.
In that case, a three-way struggle? Wouldn't that mean we'd all be stuck?
Beato was the first to notice. If all 6 of them were on truly even footing, and they wanted to fight so that they could win, they would have to fight as pairs and concentrate their attacks on a single person. However, if they did that, the person's partner would naturally join in to fight back as a pair. Neon Roses with $5, loving Zipper and Furfur's Jesse and James dynamic. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been leaning into with the voices, admittedly. In other words, it would never end up as 2 against 1. It would be 2 against 2, and a battle like that could go either way. However, if that were to happen, the third pair, watching all this, could team up with whatever pair they liked with no risks to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty.
Sounds troublesome. It means that it isn't to your advantage to move first.
If you take the initiative to fight, it's a matter of luck. If you sit and wait for the others to start fighting, it's certain victory. The fight would never begin in circumstances like this.
Maybe we could just have everyone fight the person next to them one-on-one. Then, as soon as one fight is settled, the trial will be over.
Unless everyone could abandon any naive hopes for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, they could make a gentleman's agreement and have everyone duel at once, which would be no different from drawing lots, but at least it would be fair.
That won't work. If we do that, everyone will just defend instead of fighting proactively. All they need to do is wait for someone to lose before they do.
Shannon's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glared at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. They would only have to wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively.
In the end, no one will move and nothing will be resolved.
Since we're in a mathematical situation where we all have the same strength, it's almost like a puzzle.
True. Dueling would have been an interesting proposition if our strengths were unknown. However, since we've been told that we're perfectly even, a duel would be no different than rock, paper, scissors.
In that case, why not use rock, paper, scissors to decide it?
Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that! Even if someone does lose, there's no way they'd accept their loss.
If they don't accept it, then they will be attacked by the 4 winners. In a world where all are equal, the losers will have no chance of surviving.
True. Huh. Is rock, paper, scissors actually the most reasonable way to settle this?
It is extremely reasonable. However, if you were to ask me whether I'd be reckless enough to entrust my fate to a random numbers generator, the answer would be no.
Please do consider that problem.
If this is the second trial we have set for you.
Think and fight to the death. Please decide who the sacrifice will be.
True. It is unthinkable. The servants are the most suspicious.
It isn't as though we have any physical evidence, so we can't tie them up and throw them in a closet. So we need to make sure that they are always within sight of those guns, and that we keep an eye on them at all times. All the time.
Aniki, we should also gather the master keys. Only the servants could have created those locked rooms. They must have done something with the chain locks using a tool or setup that only the servants know about.
They all have served us for a long time. I can hardly imagine that they would commit murder.
I hear that Kinzo-san is not long for this world, and the inheritance problem is still very shaky. In addition, there's the story about 10 tons of gold being hidden somewhere. A possible payoff like that might be enough to convince certain people to commit a crime.
I don't want to think about it, but there's also a chance that the old bastard is running some bizarre occult ritual. The servants of the One Wing are his pawns, and they might have been the ones to carry out the murders. How about Dad, anyway? Have you been able to contact him yet?
No. We aren't getting through on the extension line either. The culprits might have broken it. And Father does often leave the receiver off the hook when he's in a bad mood. When I knocked, I only received a grumpy reply. We can't contact him, but that study is well protected. It's probably safer there, so it might be best to have him stay there.
Flustered, Kraus tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the conversation didn't go any further. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious.
Anyway, we can't let the servants out of our sights. I just had a talk with Hideyoshi Nissan about this, and we decided to split everyone into 2 rooms upstairs and hole up in there. Why 2 rooms? Just one more would be secure. Or just one would be more secure, rather.
Well, if we tried to stick 12 people in one room, we'd suffocate. Plus, I want to isolate the people we need to keep the closest eye on. There's Genji-san, the head of the servants. There's Goda-san, who is larger than any of us. And though he may be young, Kanon-san is male, too.
I think we need to pay those 3 special attention, Aniki. This way we can isolate that group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them. With 2 guns, the pair of us could cooperate on a moment's notice. If they make even a single suspicious move, boom. All right, let's do that. But Rudolph, we can't be certain that they are the culprits. Don't be too pushy. You're telling me not to be too pushy? We must be getting old.
Right now, Hideyoshi-san is upstairs, dividing everyone into the 2 rooms. The ones being isolated will collect into the cousin's room, and the others will go into the next room over.
Right. Aniki, what about Jessica-chan? She insists on being in the same room as you. Jessica.
We were planning to have 5 people in the cousin's room and 7 in the adjacent room. If Jessica-san wants to go to the cousin's room, it'll be split clean down the middle. If this was a wolves and sheep puzzle, there are currently 3 servant wolves and you 2 sheep in that room. I think adding in Jessica-san would be a good idea to balance things out.
For a while, Kraus crossed his arms and thought. The cousin's room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency situation like this, he also wanted to keep his daughter where he could see her.
Let's let her stay with us. We might need her there to make sure we remain good dads and uncles. Yes. I'm keeping up a pretense of rationality right now, but I can't guarantee that my sadness at losing my wife won't change to anger.
Even without any physical evidence, the servants were certainly the most suspicious. During the long haul ahead of these 2 men, their weariness and anger and sadness could make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent this from happening.
I think that's a good idea. I'm in favor.
I agree. It's enough that only Rosa and I lose children. Rudolph.
In this way, all of the survivors excepting Kinzo split into 2 groups and holed up in 2 rooms on the guest house's 2nd floor. One group was in the cousin's room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Kanon, Goda. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Erika. 6 people here too. Perhaps as the result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off, and they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report had said that the sea would be stormy throughout the next day because of the typhoon. When that happens, the ferry boat takes the day off, so it would probably be 2 days before the boat came. In other words, they were going to have to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. While Erika and the others held their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the long road ahead. The sudden tragedy had everyone on edge, but it was already well after 2 a.m. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away.
Not bad. Even without the detective's authority, you've managed to control things very skillfully.
A man who's lost his cool is no different from an agitated dog. If you treat them properly, it's easy to control them.
One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. This ability was the reason that Erika had been able to order a large number of adults around at will, in spite of being both an uninvited guest and a young girl. However, she didn't have that power this time, so Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men.
The detective's authority is the same as magic. It can't do what you can't do.
So Erica's authority was only recognized because she already had that much talent.
Magic is not something that is given to lazy or powerless humans.
Right. On the contrary, people who can hide their great efforts are the ones we call witches.
The absolute nature of the detective's authority could even act as magic. However, it didn't seem as though Erica had done nothing to earn that convenient power.
I probably need to accept it. Even when she isn't given any special powers by the witch she serves. She's very competent on her own. But Erica, why did you split them into 2 rooms? I was thinking you were going to gather everyone into one room.
I would have if I had the detective's authority. This is a move to preserve my right to investigate at will.
Ah, so that's it. I see. Not bad.
Since Erica was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time to reinvestigate the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scenes once as she ran through the mansion, but that probably wasn't perfect. However, they wouldn't have let a guest into the crime scenes, so that had been her only option back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more. In part so that she could check the locked rooms and causes of death more closely.
How is that related to splitting everyone into 2 rooms and having them stay there?
That's where her silver tongue will come into play. Watch.
Yes, that's the only reason I split them into 2 rooms.
The cousins' room was filled with a quiet tension. This room had 6 people: Kraus, Jessica, and Rudolph. And then the most suspicious one, the male servants Genji, Kanon, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take a lot longer before she could accept her mother's death. Kanon thought that this was the sort of time he should stay by Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotions showed clearly in his eyes. So without even asking, Genji, Kanon, and Goda all understood that they were under suspicion. Sometimes Goda would ask if he could help in an attempt to correct this misunderstanding, but that seemed to have the opposite effect. The only good option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph, and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there were also 6 people: Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. The format of the room and the suffocating atmosphere were the same as the cousins' room. But even so, it was relatively calm there. George sat holding Shannon, who was hanging her head despondently the whole time. Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation.
We don't know how many enemies there are. However, we got a gun right here. And of course, I've shot one before. I'm not talking about the Hawaii shooting center here. It's been long enough that I can confess. But I once defiantly fired off one of them occupying forces' pistols. You see, back then the black market was controlled by foreign gangsters.
He probably wanted to make everyone feel safe, secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times, and that had gotten more extravagant each time they heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality.
Why has a crime like this happened? I hope the boat can come tomorrow.
That seems unlikely. It looks as though we'll be staying here for 2 nights. Now is the time to get some sleep.
I don't have the nerves to sleep soundly in a situation like this.
George-sama.
The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story which he had grown very engrossed with.
Sorry, I'm just going to the cousin's room for a second. There's one little thing I need to check on with the servants over there.
Can't you just use a phone? You just need to dial the room number.
Oh, have you forgotten? It seems the culprit has broken the telephone lines.
What's this?
Are you saying you found some kind of contradiction in their statements?
Erika had created a strong impression with her detective-like behavior up to this point, so Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime.
It'll be easy to check, but it might open up a much larger seam. I'll be quick about it. Please don't let anyone leave this room.
Even if you're only going next door, it's dangerous to go alone. You sure you don't want to take someone with you?
We cannot fully trust the servants or Nanjo-san. You're in charge of this room, and George-san is needed to support you. We cannot spare anyone. Don't worry. The detective never gets attacked.
Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that it was just next door and wouldn't be a problem.
If I'm not back in about an hour... No, it's probably better if I don't wander around too much. I'll stay over there until morning. It'd be better if I wait until... If I wait until it gets light before I come back.
Good thinking. Be careful.
I'm just going to the next room over. Take good care of this room. Please don't let anyone go outside. We've already bought everything we might need into this room to ensure there's no reason to leave.
Food, drinks, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. They could spend 48 hours without being short of any physical goods.
I know. We aren't just here to protect ourselves. We're also on the lookout for the culprit, if he's among us. You played that game, Erika-chan? I know the kids your age really like that game. It's a very sus situation, though.
Okay, you can stop now.
I understand.
Good. Goodbye, then.
Where are you going, Erika-chan? We promised that no one would go outside.
Oh, Erika-chan remembered something important she has to do. She's going next door. Don't worry, she'll be fine.
Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erika's actions and motives. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised.
It's okay. No one's there.
That's fair. That's far enough. For all we know, Shannon-san might take George-san hostage as soon as you leave the room, right? It's careless even to just show your back to them as you're doing now.
You're right. And be careful. Tell me about it later.
Sure. Bye then.
Pushing Hideyoshi back inside, Erika closed the door. She then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes slowly opened wide. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. With this, Erika had managed to obtain a period of several hours, during which all of the suspects were sealed up and she alone was free.
Finally, I can investigate to my heart's content. But first, is Shiromi a battler?
Don't use my full name.
Allow me to confirm the location of all characters present. Repetition requested.
Of course, I'm not obliged to respond, remember?
If you don't, I'll just say that someone sneaked out while I wasn't looking and that this person was responsible for the bizarre crimes that are sure to follow. If you want to show me an impossible murder, you should first confirm their locations.
Sure, why not? I'll listen at least. Let me hear it.
From now on, let's refer to the room next to the cousin's room as the next room over. Does that work for you?
That's easy to remember. Got it. And?
When I check the character's location as I am about to, I am not concerned with whether they are alive or dead. Think of it as the location of their body. And of course, I'm referring to the current point in time. Here we go. The 6 first Twilight victims are located at the places where they were discovered. Natsuhi is in her room, Ava is in the VIP room, Kyrie is in Krause's study, Rosa and Maria are in the parlor, and you are in the guest room. Don't tell me you're already going to decline.
Don't worry. I acknowledge it.
First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms that had been shown by the Witchside's illusion.
Good. I'll continue. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are in the next room over.
Acknowledged.
The people in the room Erika had just left had been specified. It was the role of the human side to check every one of these seemingly obvious little details.
Good. I'll continue. Everyone else is in the cousin's room.
The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. The intuition he had built up from all of his previous games told him not to answer this one instantly.
I declined. Acknowledging that would mean the Kinzo's body would also have to be in the cousin's room.
Pardon me. It has already been shown that Kinzo no longer exists, so please remove him from the word everyone.
Why are you using the word everyone for the cousin's room alone? You could just mention the names of Kraus and the other 5 individually. Why are you being so vague?
It'd just be too much of a pain to read out all of their names. Or is there something wrong? Does using the word everyone create a problem with some trick of yours?
If Battler had been told to repeat Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Kanon are in the cousin's room, he would probably have responded with the red without thinking too much about it. Yes, normally, Erika would have mentioned the name of each person inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler hesitated to repeat, feeling some kind of unease because of the use of the word everyone.
Excluding Kinzo and me, there are 17 people on this island. 6 were killed and are lying in the mansion, and the 5 are in the next room over, which means the remaining 6 are in the cousin's room. This would be the normal way of thinking of things. However, it is extremely dangerous to assume that because there are 17 people on the island, if we subtract 6, then 5, then 6 again, that means we're left with 0 humans whose locations have not been checked. I'm pretty sure that this sort of trick involving names and numbers of people caused you a lot of trouble with Nanjo's murder in the 3rd game.
Good point. That trick worked because the 18 names given didn't match up with the 18 people who actually existed, leaving room to add in an unknown person.
Exactly. And so I can't feel secure just by checking the locations by name. That's why I use the word everyone. That word can prevent you from using a new trick that I haven't even thought of.
I see. Pretty crafty of you.
If Battler was planning a new trick like the one used for the murder of Nanjo in the 3rd game, where the names and number of people would be used to create false alibis, then even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he skillfully managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people.
For example, let's say that an unknown assassin X is hiding on this island. Let's call him Puru Puru Pico Man.
I see. Even if you list everyone's names and check their locations, this Puru Puru Pico Man guy would fall outside the net.
Precisely. Even hearing there are only 17 people on this island, and here are the locations of 17 people, is insufficient. There's already a precedent for this. However, the word everyone is just too broad. Can't you word it a little differently?
No. If we run away from the word everyone here, there's a chance that Erika will be able to use that as a basis for making Puru Puru Pico Man the culprit for everything. In my old fights with you, I also nailed several riddles with no basis other than the unknown person X.
The word everyone carries heavy significance. Make sure you think very carefully first.
Erika wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans.
If I don't crush any chances for this ridiculously named Puru Puru Pico Man right now, it'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I liked to use in my old games with Beato. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on an unknown 19th person X. Because of that, it had been necessary for Beato to restrict the number of people on the island and eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So just like Beato did, I need to get rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on the island has already been declared, but since she's suspecting tricks involving the names and number of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to her repetition request and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it. And though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn. After insulting Beato so much and saying that the witch side has a huge advantage, I'm feeling this much pressure from just a single repetition request.
Destruction, right?
You mean the chess term?
Yes. It's a technique of putting pressure on an enemy piece, forcing it to move and making them weaken their own position. I'm threatening you with a broad and powerful piece called Everyone, pressuring you to move. With this, you will be able to perfectly guarantee the alibis for all of the survivors, and it'll probably make it possible for you to trap me in the later impossible crimes. What are you so afraid of? Shouldn't this be a powerful move for you?
But it is a move that you're pressuring me to make. You're trying to make me weaken my own position in some way.
No matter how good a move seems, It is a bad move when it is that which the opponent wants. However, it will be hard to avoid the word everyone here.
The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over.
In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I quickly learned that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack. The red truth is a secret weapon, a treasured sword. Now I'm painfully aware of how Beato felt. It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used with abandon. Using it carelessly can corner the witch side instead.
What will you do? You can defer the decision if you want.
No. Okay, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that everyone else is in the cousin's room.
Good. Thank you very much, Battler-san. What a beautiful, decisive move. Oh, I'm in trouble. If a letter from the witch were to appear in this situation, why, whomever could I suspect?
She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in making a very important foundational move. In the witch's game, even a single mistaken move is fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't back a move once you've made it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken.
That should be enough of confirming everyone's position. Shall we continue the game?
Yes, we shall. Dlanor! Yes, Lady Erica. Let's get started right away. Let's use the privilege our merciful game master has given us. Yes, understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, we will use 2 rooms worth of the 3 sets of seals we were given.
For your attention.
We hear and obey. Seal the cousin's room in the next room over. This means that everyone other than the victims have been sealed. No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be a problem. By the seals on the doors and windows. The complete sealing of both the cousin's room and the next room over has been guaranteed.
For just an instant, that red longsword had returned to Dlanor's hand. She had been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth that she had finally gained. When the fight concerned these 2 sealed rooms from now on, Dlanor would be able to use that merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the Game Master in half. For a while, Erica and Dlanor grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes.
Senior 8, allow me to ask a question.
What is it?
It is my understanding that the players on the human side are to interpret the problems posed by the witch as the work of humans.
You are not mistaken.
Then why are Lady Erica and Supervisor Dlanor fighting to lower the number of humans who can commit crimes?
Cornelia's question was very simple. Those 2 had made this move boldly and treated it like a powerful one, so it almost made it seem as though this move would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erica was just strangling her own neck.
We still do not know what sort of crime will occur in the future. Would it not be more advantageous to the humans if there are more people whose locations are not specified?
Be advised that it is not yet the time for the lady or the commander to reveal their thoughts.
I apologize for my idle chatter.
Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, in order to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had made desperate efforts to crush his locked room using a variety of methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, locked rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed locked rooms and humans destroyed and denied them. Those were meant to be the standard tactics of this game. And yet, Erica had created locked rooms herself, and sealed a full 11 people in them. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people, when explaining all of the later tricks. Battler had also once sought to confirm the locations of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break locked rooms, a completely different situation. Why had Erica taken these 11 people, who were supposed to be her pieces, and sealed them in a locked room? Cornelia didn't have enough experience out on the field to understand this move, which only looked as though they were trapping themselves.
A disturbing move. What on earth is Erika planning?
It isn't necessarily an attack. It's the same in chess and shogi. Strengthening the guard around your king is a valid strategy.
In other words, the seals around those 2 rooms aren't an attack, but a defense?
That seems likely. Thanks to that, it's hard to lay a hand on the survivors. It'll be tough to carry out the second twilight.
I see. The witch side has an advantage when more mysteries are presented.
Yeah. After all, if even one mystery goes unsolved, the witch wins. Each new locked room we present increases our advantage.
The mysteries that the witch side set up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty kick face-off where conceding a single goal means defeat. So, the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch side's perspective, this strategy was simple but effective. What made Beato incredible was the way she had bluffed and sneered as though it was useless. On the inside, she must have been very worried about how to break down all of those barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that.
I see. So strengthening your guard to make it hard for a crime to occur is one way for the human side to fight.
However, that's a simple move. That great detective, Furuto Erika, wouldn't have looked so proud of herself after playing a move like that.
Would Erika be happy after playing a defensive move? Though this looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erika, of all people, played a defensive mood.
I'm sure. But this is an attack, not a move made for defense. Though I don't know what kind of attack it is.
Next is our move. What should we do?
For the moment, she has at least apparently spent her turn on strengthening her guard to stop the second twilight instead of reasoning about the first twilight. If they push, pull back. If they pull back, push.
Sorry, that was a bit of a tongue twister for me for a second.
In that case, it's time for us to attack.
But how should we attack? The guest house is very well guarded.
Yes, it appears as though the entire area of the guest house is now under Erika's control. However, there are certain pieces like bishops and knights, whose specialty is cutting behind enemy lines.
Battler snapped his fingers, and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, then flew up to the chessboard, trailing gold dust behind it. It landed without a sound, then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness.
X-ray. That's also a chess term.
Yes. It's when a square seems to be under an enemy's control. But you observe that your own pieces do actually exert enough influence, so you attack. It's a high-level technique.
Erika, if you really believe that you can defend against my next attack just by sealing up all the survivors, that's a naive idea.
Battler raised his new black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines.
How will you handle it? This is my response.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm gonna take a brief BRB to put my food, my leftover food in the fridge and grab some water. I will be right back.
All right. Let's get back to it.
Now I can finally stretch my wings. First off, let's take a midnight stroll to the mansion. You wouldn't take a stroll in the middle of the night to an eerie mansion where a killer might be hiding? You must be very eccentric.
You would take a stroll, rather.
By no means. I had to wait a long time to be free like this. I feel like it's free time after a swimming lesson.
Now that Bernkastel was nowhere in sight, Erica was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she could spread her wings. Dlanor knew that she was staking her own destruction on this game, and she was not in a favorable position by any means. Dlanor could do nothing but assist Erica so that she could fight to the best of her abilities.
All right. The locks on the first floor of the guest house are perfect. The entrance is sealed with a chain lock.
Before leaving the guest house, Erica did a check on the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight and umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance.
Then let us go. Yes. We at least have to check the cause of death for all 6.
She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in.
It appears to be quite windy still. Well, this body is just a cage of flesh to me. I don't care if it gets wet or cold. Let's go.
When Erica dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet.
It's one of the usual letters.
It was one of those letters, sent by the witch with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Erica would eventually come this way while heading to the mansion. Due to the guest house's large eaves, the envelope had avoided the rain entirely.
So, it's here already. Almost as though it was waiting for me.
She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. A message had been written in neat handwriting.
Welcome, Furudo Erika-sama, it says. Oh, so it's calling me by name. They totally saw this coming. What does it say? It's an advance notice of a crime. Well, a post-factum notice, technically. Apparently they have taken Ushiromiya Battler's corpse. They're asking me to try looking for it.
So this isn't tear apart the two who are close to the second twilight?
Well, disappearing corpses happened a few times in Beato's games too. There's nothing really new about this.
Erica shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors were sealed in the rooms on the second floor, and after Kraus and the others had gone around checking doors and windows, Erica had personally made sure there was nothing at the spot. So, this was an attack saying that someone who shouldn't exist had placed the letter and that this someone was a witch. That was also an attack that the old Beato had often used.
Sheesh. If the way you show it is the same, please tell me that the actual trick isn't the same too. Delanor, please call Battler here.
Understood. Lord Battler, we wish to take our turn.
Got it. Let's have it.
I'm ever so sorry. I actually don't have a new move to announce. The truth is, this is an apology. There's something I need to apologize for.
Apologize? Battler and Beato's eyes went wide. However, though Erica said she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though even that apology would be a new move. So Battler glared at her dubiously without letting his guard down.
It's about those retroactive seals. I had actually already sealed one place. I apologize for taking so long to report this to you.
You already sealed something? In other words, you've already used up all 3 rooms worth?
Yes. I promised that I'd report on it right away, but I completely forgot until just now. You have my sincere apologies.
You don't look like someone who's sincerely apologizing. Well, that's fine. I'm the one who gave you that privilege. So, where and when did you place the seals?
Delanor,
Allow me to report. Battler's guest room was sealed at the time of Lady Erica's inspection of the corpse.
Beato tried not to let it show on her face, but Erica didn't miss her eyebrows twitching slightly and her gaze flicking over to Battler.
normally I would have liked to seal all 5 of the locked rooms, but I didn't have enough duct tape. Out of respect for the Game Master, I sealed only the room with Battler-san's corpse.
So, you were kind enough to close the lid on my coffin.
I remembered a short while ago, and I was planning to tell you when we reached the mansion and investigated the guest room with your corpse in it. However, when this letter appeared, I figured I should report it right away.
Why did you think that?
Well, after all, Battler-san has been playing this game not knowing that his corpse was sealed in the guest room. Because of that, I thought possibly that it might change things regarding the appearance of this letter.
The cousin's room and the next room over are currently sealed. Sorry for the late report, but the guest room with your corpse in it has also been sealed. And there are 17 people on the island, excluding Lady Erica. The existence of an 18th person has already been denied in a previous game.
So when I thought about the person who could have placed the letter and erased your corpse, I thought that maybe, just maybe, things might be different.
Erica laughed nastily while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed.
Battler-san.
Stay calm. Erica has just made a report a bit late. There's nothing to be nervous about.
Erica had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler actually hadn't been killed and was still alive. And if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared and was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beato's faint agitation, maybe Erica's guess had been right on the mark. Battler had played dead and somehow misled Erica's examination, and then, when everyone had holed up in the guest house, he had snuck out of the guest room. He had placed the letter about the disappearance of his own corpse at the entrance to the guest house, and he had gone into hiding. If this was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erica's examination were now very significant. In short, if he had used this trick, then Battler would have broken the seals when he left his guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed in the guest house, breaking the seal on the guest room would mean acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a very different way to avoid this. In other words, It was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have had a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erica was saying if Battler, playing the part of a corpse, had remained inside the guest room to avoid breaking the seals, then perhaps the plot would not have included this letter. If the truth was that Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there, then now Erica's seals had come into play, there was a chance that he would find a contradiction in his tricks somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error.
A logic error. I think we heard about that really early on in the story. It's an illegal move, the greatest and worst form of error, and one that the witch side must never commit. I remember. It was something about the two sides of the tale not matching and creating a contradiction.
Rampaging X Snails with the $5. Here to support the best witch cackle on YouTube. Back to the VODs so I can finally join you guys live next weekend. Hey, thank you so much. That's really nice of you to say. And good luck with the catching up. See you next week, hopefully.
Do you remember the part about magic for making candy appear inside an overturned cup? Yeah. Maria One-chan and Erica were fighting about that. It was just a sleight of hand where someone slipped the candy into the cup while One-chan had her eyes closed. That's right. Since Maria did not observe the process of the trick and was only given the result, she accepted the magical fantasy that the candy had appeared by magic inside the cup, and magic was established. Okay. So a logic error would be a trick that has become impossible.
Thinking back, the time when Erica and Maria fought fiercely about this magic with the red and blue truth was really the opening battle of this tale. Let's try to remember that exchange. The heartless conclusion was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, the only results that magic can leave behind are those that can be accomplished without magic. Allow me to say it straight out. There are two general types of magic. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground, but when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden, that's one type of magic. This is just fantasy, an illusion. It's a lie with no observers, taking place only where there is absolutely no anti-magic toxin, to use the words of a witch. Magic that doesn't have to produce a result is the easiest kind, and it is a lie. It is the same as a worthless delusion, a fantasy, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it partway through the third game. Then there was another kind, which we might call true magic, magic with results. The cup trick is an example of magic with results, because the observer checks and actually confirms the cup is empty. A candy does appear inside the cup, and the observer is actually able to contain that candy. I have noticed that unlike the magic of illusions, magic with results must follow one big rule. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplished can be transformed into magic. I'll say it even more plainly and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. The only results of magic are things that can be accomplished without magic. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't exist. But out of respect for the witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player.
So this time around, the candy in the cup is a mysterious letter that appeared in front of Erica. In other words, it has to be a trick, a sleight of hand. By claiming that the witch set the letter there by magic, Oni-chan is trying to create magic with results. Correct. Since all of the survivors are sealed within the locked room of the guest house, it is possible to embellish this suddenly appearing letter and say that it was strange magic, and only a witch could have placed it there. But, even so, it must be a possible trick in the end. In order to break through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erica had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while Maria's eyes were closed. That was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used the red truth at that time to say, until Maria lifted the cup up, the locked room of the overturned cup was preserved? The red truth can only be used for the truth, right? If you could lie with it, it'd be a massive violation of the rules. True. Denying your own trick with the red truth is a large violation of the rules. However, if you instantly switch over to another trick that doesn't violate that red truth,
Although slightly unfair, that red truth is admissible. So in that case, in order to avoid contradicting the red truth that the locked room inside the cup was preserved, the witch side would need to immediately propose a different trick compatible with that red truth. Like the excuses of a politician when he keeps backtracking as new evidence is shown to him. Yes. Well, for a red like this, she might be able to get away with some painful excuse. Maybe there was some device in the table, or maybe it was a trick cup with a fake bottom. But if those possibilities had been denied in red beforehand, that would not work either. They would not work either. The more red truths there are, the harder it is to talk your way out. In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if when Erica saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the locked room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have had to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after the new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in mysteries. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So she could claim that she'd used the trick with the fake-bottomed cup from the beginning, and no one could deny that. So, even if it really was a trick done while One-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she could even switch between truths, i.e. tricks. Rather than calling this an action allowed to witches, it would probably be better to say that it is only allowed for the game master, the one who creates and writes. But even still, the new trick must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story, the illusory result that the game master claims was done by magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. There will be a contradiction, and things will no longer make logical sense. We call this a logic error, and that means the destruction of the witch's game. This world is a game that is possible to explain with humans. In other words, it must be possible for all the magic to have been done by tricks instead. If it's impossible to do with tricks, then the human side has no move and we get a stalemate. No, that's wrong. That is precisely the fatal and worst possible illegal move known as a logic error. If the witch side commits such an error, the game is instantly destroyed and they suffer a fatal defeat. Erica has probably seen through to Oni-chan's trick. Without the detective's authority, Erica can't perform a proper examination of the corpses. Because of that, he continued to play dead, snuck out of the guest room, and placed the letter at the entrance to the guest house. However, because Battler was so overly gracious in giving out those retroactive seals, things went wrong. Stupid Oni-chan. Panic is unwarranted at present. It is yet to be specified with red truth that the seals around the guest room are intact. He is free to break the seals. If he does not, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive and swap them in as a person who placed the letter. That's right. It's not just Oni-chan, the other corpses haven't been confirmed dead with the red truth either. So far, there wouldn't be any problem if they were all faking. Exactly. It is not yet the stage to get flustered. He merely has to change his move so that Erica's seals and the placement of the letter doesn't contradict each other. And revising the plot without contradictions is one of the moves available to the Game Master. However, taking a scenario one has imagined and revising it partway through can sometimes create flaws in the tale. It would be a very painful move to make when the first twilight has only just ended. It would seem that Battler was the one with an enemy piece deep behind his lines. This hidden piece will probably cause him pain and discomfort with each step from now on, like a pebble caught in one's shoe. This single pebble might kill Battler.
This still isn't quite a logic error, and we're at fault for the delay in reporting that we had sealed the room retroactively. So I have no problem with letting Battler-san retroactively rewrite the plot concerning this letter.
Retroactively rewrite the plot?
I see. If I placed the letter there, then that would be impossible as soon as I was sealed in the locked room. In which case, this letter shouldn't have appeared here.
Correct. So I thought you should have the chance to revise that small contradiction. We have discovered this letter here. We are saying that we do not mind if you want to undo that, or if you want to use a revised scenario. All it takes is the presence of a letter and some duct tape, and a move like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erica. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erica? And I also made a promise with Lenore to play an all-out merciless game. Yeah, it's true. I had been planning to make Battler actually be alive, and then to have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move has been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and end up breaking the seal. I want to change over to a different trick so that the letter will be placed and my corpse will be hidden, while still preserving the seals on the guest room.
Citrine Ray with the Canadian $2. Shout out to the pebble that might kill Battler. Ah yes, the most important character in Umineko.
It doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions.
But Battler-san, even if you can place the letter somehow, how are you going to make your corpse vanish afterwards? The guest room is sealed. If you don't find a trick to erase the corpse from the locked room right now, a logic error will occur.
I still have time. Let me think until the last second. Damn it.
With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head. Indigo with the £5. So what I'm hearing is that Battler needs to merge with the plot hole so that the story remains stable. Is that right? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
Anyway, we'll leave the letter like this. I can't say, oh sorry about that, having the guest room sealed makes a big contradiction, so I'd like to revise my move. It would be an admission that she caught me. I feel like a ninja hiding above the ceiling. Even though I was noticed and stabbed by a spear, I just withstand the pain, wipe up the blood, and act as though nothing happened. False courage works well enough. I can't let her know that this one hurt.
Battler-san.
Hey, Beato. What does my face look like right now? I'm sure it's the same expression you had when I managed to hit you where it hurts in the past. Damn it.
Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Well, oh shit, sorry. Accidentally punched my mic. But Digimaniac, that might have been true of Hussey's writing, but I have it on good authority that several people involved with Homestuck right now are definitely Umineko heads. So. Battler couldn't think, and Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now.
What would the old you do? The old you who created all of the locked rooms that tormented me so much in the past. What kind of trick would she use to erase my corpse from a locked room?
Oh, okay, you were actually referring to the Nostalgia Critic. Even more cursed. Beato trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert at locked room tricks. If only that memory, that power could revive, she would be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erica. That was a dirty move. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erica had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master keys from the servants, and at the time, she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them.
Well then, where shall we go first? Why ask? Let's go and hear Battler-san's answer.
Grinning, Erica cut across the entrance hall, passed by the dining hall, and headed deeper and deeper into the mansion. She headed for the guest room Battler had been laying dead in. Battler could put off deciding whether the seals would remain intact or not until the moment right before Erica witnessed them. However, once she did witness them, the game master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was an attack.
Are you ready, Lord Battler?
Yeah. Or as you would say it, come, step forward.
Good. Then allow me to examine your response. So let's see. Are the seals broken or are they not? Has the locked room been preserved?
Or has it not?
This piece Erica held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. Her target was Battler's territory. She cut straight in. Erica dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then she closely examined the seal she had placed retroactively.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Battler-san? Is this alright, Battler-san?
Yeah, I can't back down here. After all, even if I'm sealed in here, there are ways of placing the letter.
But Erica is probably about to enter the guest room, and then she will observe your dead body. What are you going to do? If the body is there, then there's no problem. The letter's prediction will have missed, but it's not as though there's a penalty for that. But you intend to fight this head on.
There are times when a man is challenged head on, that he has to respond no matter what it is he's up against. I must not pull back here. I'll take this challenge. I can search for a way out all I want to later. I managed to do that with Kinzo's study last time. It'll be fine. I can do this. I can do it! Do your worst, Erica!
We have confirmed that the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erica confirmed Battler's presence, this locked room has been preserved. Good! I'm breaking the seals! Rip, tear!
Erica destroyed the duct tape seal on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectual rapist had finally laid her true nature bare.
Okay, I'm opening it. Show me. Battler-san, your naked scenario.
Like a ruffian pushing down a weak girl, Erica mercilessly and greedily threw the door open. Then finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erica. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse, or wasn't there?
Come on, Battler!
Here's my response!
Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. Ah, that piece. Beato had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game, and yet, for some reason, she realized that this was a move from which there would be no coming back. Once a piece was moved, it couldn't be taken back. The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If that was pressed, the room would be lit up, and everyone would see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed.
Should I turn on the lights? No. Wait a second, please. Battler-san, I have a proposal.
Let me hear it.
I think you already know. But this time around, I'm not after the classic sort of victory of identifying the culprit. My enemy is not the lowly culprit killing the pieces, but my opponent, you yourself.
I know. So, you're after a logic error. I'm seriously regretting it now. You were acting so miserable that I fell for it completely, and I gave you a ridiculous privilege.
It was your arrogance. It will cost you dearly.
Damn it.
So, what is your proposal?
With a firm voice, Beato urged her to continue. Until just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control and had been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erica's proposal couldn't be anything good, and on top of that, Erica was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that would be easily rejected.
In a moment, I will turn on the light. The top of the bed will be lit up. It will be decided whether or not Battler-san has disappeared in the letter predicted. If he's there, great. There's nothing strange at all. The letter's prediction would just be wrong. Of course, the argument would probably switch over to then who put the letter there. But for the time being, the location of the fight would move outside this locked room. And if he's missing,
Beato already knew. She knew the move that Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a different disappearing trick. One other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a locked room. Also, Battler's life or death status has not been confirmed. In other words, it would pose no problem if he was alive. Under these conditions, they had to make Erica think that Battler had disappeared. He could escape from the room, or, if that's impossible, he could hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think he had disappeared.
Inside this tiny room, I will begin our endgame. The chase after the king. It will be over in just a few moves. You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to allow Battler to escape from this room, and the tale will be destroyed. Game over. Fighting to keep that from happening is our job. What is this proposal of yours? An endgame fought over a logic An endgame fought over a logic error should be a bit more precise. Once again, we will fight with the red and blue truths, but we need a judge on the same level as the game master to observe and see that he doesn't create any logic errors with the red truth. That seems reasonable. There's nothing special about this. Back when the old you was the game master, you were under the observation of your guardian, Lady Lambda Delta. She judged all of your red truths to be valid.
So, you're telling us to show Lambda Delta our cards?
I've been looking at them since the beginning. It's okay, don't worry. I'm impartial in my judgments.
Can you say that with the red truth?
Yep. I swear that I am impartial in my judgments. I was very impartial in the last game, wasn't I?
That goes double for trials where things will be interesting either way, doesn't it? Accept her challenge, Battler. Erica's going to corner you. Understand? She will duel with you and kill you in this room. If you're a man, accept the duel. Sure. Fine. We won't get anywhere if every single impossible murder I present is accused of being a logic error. It's true that we need an impartial observer to guarantee the game is legitimate.
Then I'll come around to your side. Let me take a look at your hand.
Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she confirmed that Erica's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Erica had guessed, Battler was alive, and after Erica had examined his corpse, he had slipped out of the room, placed the letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. Once the duct tape seals were retroactively placed on the guest room, he suddenly became required to show that they had been torn. However, if he had done that, it would have been the same as admitting that he had been seen through and that he had lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed the seals had been preserved with false courage, and now was rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erica was planning to corner and kill him here.
Battler, you're fighting with some pretty incredible cards here.
Cards? Does this game of chess look like a card game to you?
To me, it always looked like you were playing a game of poker. So, by moving to this side and looking at the cards you hold, I understand everything. This is an awful hand. It's basically the lowest ranking hand there is. And Erica knows that's exactly what you have.
What would you do?
I'm the judge, I can't give you advice. But let me tell you my impressions.
No, that's okay.
This hand gives me the tingles. You're intending to use this nothing hand, and a big wager, to bluff Erica into folding, aren't you? She's not going to fold, you know. If anyone should be surrendering their chips and folding now, it's you.
Thanks for the advice, Battler-san. I agree with her. Let's back down from the fight in this room. We don't have any winning cards.
Are you hoping for a card change to turn this hand into something half-decent? But you're playing chess, aren't you? In the world of chess, if you rely on luck, you die.
By hoping for a card change, she meant relying on luck and hoping that even though he couldn't think of anything now, he might be later able to think of a good plan for how to make this locked room trick hold up. Battler, if you start this battle without a trick up your sleeve, you're marching to your death. If you ever plan to back down, it has to be now. When Erica presses the light switch, you just have to be lying on the bed. That's all there is to it.
Lambda, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're chatting too much. A judge needs to be impartial.
True. Then, good luck, Battler. I'm hoping for a precise chess-like battle. You aren't playing poker, remember?
Are you ready, Battler-san?
Yeah, I am. Turn the lights on whenever you want.
For the rest of the fight in this room, the progression of time will be stopped. This way, all the moves for both players will be made at the same time. And the first move made will be treated no differently than the last move. It might be difficult to understand what I mean, but this is a rule to protect the logic. And it will protect you as well.
From here on out, you'll be rebuilding the trick in this room using all the twisted logic you want. And that means it's possible that you might think of a good idea partway through the fight. Normally, it's unfair to revise your plot partway through. In order for that to be acceptable, you need a world where logic thought up after the fact does not come too late. A world stopped in time where everything happens at once.
Of course, Erica can take advantage of this rule as well. If you revise your trick to be a new one, she can deal with that in a different way.
Fun fact, chat, this is basically, like, now that I'm thinking about it and thinking back on it, what they're describing here is essentially exactly how Death Note was written. Like, the authors of Death Note basically admitted flat out that they would write themselves into a corner constantly and then retroactively think of a way to get out of it. So...
This is pretty complicated.
It's simple. It's like a corrupt politician's war of twisted logic. You lie shamelessly. When evidence is shown revealing your lie, you retract it. Say that you just remembered wrong, then change to a new lie that doesn't have any contradictions. The fight goes between a lie, then evidence exposing it, then another lie. Like a fight between two snakes spinning around to eat each other's tails.
Good. Just think of it in a world in which you're allowed to use twisted logic based off your opponent's moves as often as you want. I used that myself when sealing this room, so I thought it was only fair to let you do the same.
You have no shame, do you?
Okay, then both players, begin. Erica goes first, right? No, maybe we start by checking the bet. See what Battler's staking on this.
Yeah, let's start by checking the bed for Battler. Erica, begin.
Leave it to me, my master. Light on.
With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out, and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. Battler's bet on the bed was...
Dlanor, confirm it with the red. Yes. Ushiromiya Battler.
No, it's my move. I'll say it. Ushiromiya Battler is not on the bed.
Good. You did well not to run away from this fight. I'm impressed.
It's a high-stakes battle, so it'll cost you a lot if you're the one who loses. I hope you're ready.
No one would raise the stakes unless they felt confident in their advantage.
Dlanor, keep a record.
As you wish.
At Delanor's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not, and also that Battler hadn't backed down from this locked room game.
As previously announced, Battler's first move is to have the corpse vanish. Now it's Erica's turn. Go ahead.
I present the possibility that Ushiromiya Battler is alive and hiding somewhere in this room. I proclaim this with the blue truth.
Invalid. If you want to use the blue truth, give me a specific location. In the last game, Beato did that in Kinzo's study. And Dlanor made Swiss cheese of her, right? I guess this is revenge.
Before I start searching, I have one blue truth I can use without a search. There is a possibility of a hidden door X that is impossible to discover. He's hidden behind that, so it is impossible for me to find him.
Nox is third. It's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. That right?
No hidden places that are impossible for Erica-san to find exist inside the guest room. Nox is third. Valid. Good. Then let's get started with the search.
Erica slowly began to walk around the room. Until the endgame had started, Erica had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. However, now that it had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits, where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting.
Now that I've searched the room, I request a description of its layout. The guest room is divided into 2 rooms, the bedroom and the bathroom. Currently, you have searched the entire bedroom section. There is only one exception. I'll leave that one place be for the time being. So, were there any irregularities discovered in the bedroom? There were none. Except for one location, there is no one to be seen in the bedroom.
What's this except for one location business? Stop being annoying and make it public.
There's a reason a face-down card remains face-down. I'll turn it over if it's needed, so look forward to it.
After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erica headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And since the guest room was made up of 2 rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the locked room. Except for that single location which Erica had intentionally left unchecked.
I'm checking the bathroom. Lady Erica, the sound of water can be heard from inside. Also, there is a faint heat.
Oh? Don't tell me that he's taking a shower. Is it locked or anything?
No, it isn't locked. Go ahead and open it.
Then, if you'll excuse me.
Slowly, Erica put her hand on the doorknob of the bathroom door. She tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Out from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erica slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open.
What?
As soon as she opened the door, a tempest of hot air and water blasted her. Erica was thrown for a loop, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her and hard.
What is this? What a screwed up prank.
Cursing, Erica wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was an elaborate prank. A wire fixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push the door open. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in a place high enough that Erica couldn't reach it with her height. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she glanced into the bathtub, which was filled to the brim with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and a pair of nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used those, she could turn off the pressure.
Damn you!
The blanket she had used to protect herself from the shower became more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn the water off quickly. Looking next to the bathtub, she spotted a long-handled body brush hanging there. Perfect. Erica used that to skillfully scoop the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it would probably have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal parts, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that! She finally closed the faucet and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erica was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under running water.
What a calamity. Would you like a bath? I can wash your face with this brush. Allow me to pass. Oh, that's a shame.
Erica had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. She closed the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erica's heavy breathing. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She left the bathroom for a moment until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day.
Now that was a ridiculous trap. However, that wasn't here at the time I examined Battler's corpse. Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushiromiya Battler was alive. Well, I never thought he was dead anyway. He merely decided to openly reveal a card that had already been exposed. Let's check the inside of the bathroom. Was Battler seen? No. No one was seen in the bathroom. Good. With this, we have confirmed that except for one location, Battler does not exist in any place inside the guest room. Give that a rest. Just where is this one exception? A coffin. Ushiromiya Battler's coffin, that is. Ashes to ashes. The dead to their coffins.
This room is where you plan to finish me off, right? Fine. Let's have it.
The previous period of silence, complete except for the rain, was suddenly replaced by the overpowering smell of a burning fuse. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you could be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. It was finally time for the siege.
Blue Truth, you did not vanish from this room. You just hid yourself to make it seem as though you disappeared from a locked room. The place you are hiding is the one exception that I haven't investigated yet.
As Erica lightly raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her, fitted between the index finger and middle finger of Erica's raised hand, and became a white piece. Then, she lifted it high into the air.
This is the one exception. The walk-in closet next to the entrance.
Bang. Like a white bolt of lightning striking the earth, the white piece homed in on a weak spot in Battler's territory, and slammed onto the board.
Yes, it is here.
With a crash, the door of the closet, which was also just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the Blue Truth. Dlanor had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have struck through their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown.
There are no places in which to hide other than this. You are currently hiding in here. What do you say, Battler-san? Have you been struck through the heart in a single blow for a literal smothered mate?
Battler-san, it's our move now.
Yeah. I thought it would be like that, Erica. You intentionally left one spot open so that you could stuff me into that coffin. It's the same move that trapped Kinzo in Natsuhi's room last game. I saw this move coming.
Oh, did you? Then let's see your response. But let me make a prediction.
Let's hear it.
In 2 more moves, I will have you checkmated. That's my prediction.
Then I'll make the same prediction. I'll checkmate you with just 2 more moves.
Sounds interesting.
Those predictions contradict each other. Who will be the liar, I wonder? The air crackled and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin.
Then go ahead. It is your turn.
It's useless. Your lowly coffin won't be able to trap Battler-san.
Here's my response.
Slowly, Battler held his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that had appeared from the darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler himself.
You assert. The Battler isn't hiding in the closet. And this is my response. Take this. Ushiromiya Battler does not exist within the guest room. There are no exceptions, including the closet.
Like a black bolt of lightning this time, Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erica's that had cut deep behind his lines, smashing that piece completely. As gold sprayed everywhere and a faint cloud of gold dust hung in the air, Erica's piece melted beautifully into the darkness.
I see. So he hid in the closet at first, and then slipped out of the room while Erica was occupied by the shower.
It's the same technique he used to let Kinzo escape from the study in the last game. Distract the observation of the observer and disappear into the darkness.
Good. Of course you'd say that.
Of course you would.
I'd already foreseen that move.
Next was Erica's turn. A gold butterfly fluttered in front of Erica, and she grabbed it right out of the air with a swipe of her hand. She then lifted that hand into the air and raised the white piece high.
Let me announce a retroactive move. This occurs back in the very beginning, right after I broke the seals and entered this room. At that time, I immediately closed the door, reset the chain, and sealed this room.
Objection. Goda severed the chain back when the crime was first discovered. Since the chain lock is not functioning, it is impossible to use it to create a seal. Objection overruled. Erica repaired the chain lock. See?
That's impossible. How could she have repaired a brass chain?
It is possible to repair. Have you forgotten, Beato? The duct tape seals? Erica used that duct tape to join the two cut ends of the chain together, sealing them. In other words, the chain was repaired by the duct tape, and this room once again became a locked room, locked from the inside.
Objection! Erica's son has already used her duct tape seals, hasn't she? She shouldn't be able to use them anymore.
Objection overruled. The use of the duct tape wasn't limited by the number of strips, right? It was by the number of rooms. The only restriction was to limit it to only 3 rooms. Erica chose this guest room to be one of those rooms. So Erica has the right to seal as many places as many times as she wants within this room.
That's right. I gave her permission to do that.
This is the price you pay for your arrogance. Pity is the evil liquor that the arrogant most prefer. So, with this retroactive move, I proclaim that the chain lock has been repaired by the duct tape seal and has regained its original functionality. And thanks to that, I locked the room upon entering it and made this guest room a locked room from the inside once more.
The white piece Erica held aloft represented the seal formed by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine.
Die, Battler!
The piece for the chain lock was slammed down on the square of Battler's king's throat.
Repetition requested. The lock created by this chain is currently intact.
Battler's face contorted. Beato, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic was that he had hidden in the closet until Erica passed by, and then used the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been unset. In other words, he couldn't respond to this repetition request. And if he didn't respond, Erica's very next move would be to use the blue truth. She would say, "You hid in the closet, then use the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone." And she would be right. That would be checkmate. As Erica had predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing Battler to fully explain almost all of the tricks behind the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle over this locked room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he was able to respond to the repetition request? Citrain Ray with the $2 Canadian. Shout out to the Pebble. Yeah. What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? That would be fatal to Erica. If it had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a locked room from the inside. So, this hopeless locked room would instead become Erica's coffin. With a riddle this tough, Erica would probably be forever unable to solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance. And even a single unsolved riddle would mean victory for the witch side. Battler wanted to respond to this repetition request if at all possible. However, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic saying that he'd escaped while Erica wasn't looking, because after his escape he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. The new riddle would put Erica in a much more difficult situation, but it would require him to construct a different escape method. Even a move such as him, leaving the closet during the chaos in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say under the bed, wouldn't work because he had already proclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while leaving the chain lock intact, then Erica would be the one facing a fatal blow. However, if he didn't have that logic, If he failed, it would be a logic error. The worst and most abominable illegal move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this repetition request was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erica would probably corner Battler.
In that case, the choice is obvious.
But, Butler-san, there are already many red truths guaranteeing the locked room status of this guest room. How do you plan on escaping from this?
If I can just do something about the chain lock. If I can just do that. If I can somehow deceive the chain lock, I can make Erica have to deal with the terrible locked room. It will probably finish her off. But in order to do that, I need to make a trick for escaping this room, which remains sealed until Erica returned to it, and which was sealed by a chain immediately after Erica entered. And on top of that, I have to make sure that the chain that can only be set from the inside remains in place. If I can do that, if I can figure out a way, then it all ends here. But I still can't think of that trick.
Right now, Erica is asking me to repeat whether the chain lock is still set or not.
I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down, and I need to do it right now. If I have a certain win trick, then this is where I should fight. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped, and back out of the fight. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error.
Even if we lose the fight in this room, there will be chances left to us. We've still only started the second day, haven't we? We have plenty of time to construct another impossible murder.
No, that's no good. If I admit that I fled from the room, it's the same as admitting that I'm the culprit. If I back down from the fight in this room, it's the same as accepting my defeat in this game.
Battler's point was a valid one. If Battler was the only one alive and free to move while all the other humans were locked in the guest house, Erica would probably name Battler as the perpetrator for all of the following impossible crimes and base her blue truths around that. If Battler wanted to forcefully turn that around on her, he would have to rewrite his tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as the perpetrator. To fix up one flaw, he would have to create new flaws, and the flaws might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, has already been hit upon.
But I'm going to stubbornly refuse to give in, and somehow fight to get out of this. I need to fight! This is a make-or-break moment. I've definitely been cornered into a dangerous spot. However, if I can nimbly switch gears, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erica!
Wait, are you actually going to respond to her repetition request? Do you have any logic for how you can escape without undoing the chain lock? No, you don't! If you respond, that's it! You'll lose instantly from a logic error. It's clear which choice you ought to make.
Yeah, it's clear. No matter what move I choose, it'll turn for the worst just as Erica wants. If it's horrible either way, I'd like to choose the move that has the biggest reward if we win.
You're going to call, even though you have no logic for escaping and no trump cards. You're planning on accepting her repetition request and taking her on?
I might not have so much as a single pair in my hand, but with just one more card, this hand might become a flush, or even a royal straight flush. If hell waits for me after both options, I'll take the one that'll finish her off if I win.
That's an insane move! Sometimes when madmen jump into the path of death, a miracle will occur.
It's impossible! How are you going to escape this locked room without removing the chain?
There's only one difference between heroes and madmen. It's whether they win or lose. If you're going to bet big, I'll be watching with interest.
If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erica on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this locked room. However, there has to be something. There has to! And once I think of it, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping like smoke out of the crack in the chain-locked door. I even have a drop of that mad mage's blood in my veins. If I can have just a shred of the glorious miracle he was able to bring about, share it with me now!
So, Battler-san,
Let's have that second move that you predicted you would checkmate me on. Please provide your answer to Lady Erica's repetition request. Will you respond or will you decline?
Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up and slowly held it aloft, tracing a large circle in the sky. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock caused by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush the piece of the chain lock that stood right in front of it? Or would it slip away like a ghost and escape? This is my response. As predicted, on my second turn, you're through. Here it comes, Furudo. Erica! Battler's king became a black lightning bolt and crashed down onto the board. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock? Or past that piece? I will respond to the repetition request. The lock caused by the chain is intact. Battler's king had left the chain lock piece in its place and had slipped past
it. Yes, it sure would be cool if you could say that the chain lock was still set, wouldn't it? That certainly would be cool, I admit. But you do know what they call someone who's so full of himself. That he jumps into the path of death just because it's cool?
No clue.
Luciromiya Battler. That's what we call him! Fool! I file a motion for a logic error. With that last red truth, you've cut off your own logic. May the impartial judge issue a judgment on this matter immediately, please. Great Lady Lambda Delta!
Motion received. Lambda Delta. Does this make logical sense? Your inspection, please.
Motion received. Battler, show me. Let me see your cards. That son is a royal straight flush, right? If you've got nothing, you won't get out of this with just a sorry, okay?
Yeah. I have no intention of apologizing.
If it's a logic error, the game board will be blown away. You inherited this game board from Beato. It's the one memento you possess of your precious Beato. So you'll never be able to accept a logic error.
A logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they keep thinking about new logic by which they could escape, they will not die, cannot die. However, that is like being imprisoned in an endless living hell of the mind.
Even if you do manage to crawl around forever after falling into the darkness of thought, you'll just be eternally trapped in a hell where you constantly think of ways to escape the locked room while denying the logic error. Are you sure? Are you sure? This is the next worst thing to the depths of oblivion, you know. It's like the difference between falling from the roof of a 10-story building and falling from the roof of a 100-story building.
Lambda. Battler has already finished making his move. Players can't take back a move once it's made. Act as the impartial judge you're swore to be. Carry out our motion. And see whether or not Battler's escape from the locked room is logical, and whether there's been a logic error or not. Be slow, accurate, and meticulous like an archaeologist, and be as fast as a guy at an ice cream shop when he forcefully and skillfully scoops out that sweet, fragrant vanilla soy sauce ice cream.
Yes, I know that. Battler, I'm taking a look now.
Battler-san? Beato. Do you think I'll lose?
I don't want to think that. You fought with the old me many times, and finally reached the miracle that I so wanted you to find. So, I'd like to believe that you'll accomplish a miracle. Once again.
A woman called Beatrice. She fought on that same border between reason and madness. The whole time. She fought with a mixture of anger, sadness, and several other emotions towards me that can't be described with words. And in the very last game, at the very last moment, she managed to seize victory.
That might have been the rank of the hand in Beato's grip as she fell. Beato passed away without realizing that she had already won. In that final game, the true victor was Beato.
She entrusted me with this game board. That's why. I'm going to win! So I need you alone to believe in me, Beatrice.
If believing will bring about a miracle, please, I'll believe in you. Battler-san!
This is pissing me off! Please just check it already, Lady Lambda Delta! There is no valid logic. There doesn't exist any way to get out of this locked room. You were overeager, Battler-san. Sure, if you could win with this, that'd be cool. If you managed to disappear even though the chain was still set, that'd be amazing! So cool! How mysterious! Hold me! Squee! Like hell you can! Like hell you can do that! If you could do that, you really would be a witch. If you can vanish your way out of this locked room like a puff of smoke, I'd have to acknowledge it. It'd be a work of a witch! Quiet, Lady Erica. Lady Lambda Delta is conducting her inspection. Pass through. One move. Go back. Corner.
With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces from Battler's side. She was accurate and as meticulous as an archaeologist, just as Bernkastel had told her to be. After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked between the formation of the pieces on the board and Battler's face, which remained tense but steady.
Lambda.
I have finished my inspection. There's no way the logic works. Please, God.
Erica,
What?
I'm very sorry.
Which way am I supposed to take that?
It was fun. Now this is the end.
For hell's sake! Which way am I supposed to take that? Silence! I've finished inspecting Battler's moves. The verdict is... valid. Valid? You lie! I judge it to be valid. He's presented logic that doesn't violate any of the red truths, and I've finished checking it. The move by the player on the witch side and the red truth given in response to the final repetition request is valid. Battler, for the first time, I have to say I think you're incredible.
See? In your game, a miracle will always occur if you believe.
Battler-san! I'm sorry. If only I believed more strongly, he wouldn't have been cornered like this.
Beato flew onto Battler's chest, sobbing. Erica staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzily. And Bernkastel? Her face was like an expressionless mask. Then, slowly, it became a smile. And for some reason, it seemed the sign of some horrible emotion.
Well done. To think that you escaped the room without removing the chain. Simply splendid.
With her small hands, Dlenor started to applaud quietly. She was followed by Gertrude, and then Cornelia, and then by Beato and Lambda Delta too. Applause filled the room.
Oni-chan, how did you...
I see. Yes, a move that cannot be seen by one whose thoughts are trapped within the locked room.
Impossible. Impossible.
As Lambda Delta watched Erica, who was stunned and moaning in shock from despair she couldn't accept, she had to take her hat off to the strength of Battler's heart and intelligence at this critical moment, and to the power of his miracles.
Incredible. Ushiromiya Battler. I was so wrong to think that your power and Beata's would cancel each other out and bring an eternal draw. I've suffered total defeat. And Byrne, who realized your true strength, but thought she could get you to do what she wanted, well, she suffered total defeat too. Byrne is the witch who waits for miracles. You are the witch who summons miracles. You are not Byrne's piece. In this moment, without a doubt, you have surpassed Byrne. The fact that you only took a moment to think up a trick to escape this locked room really is nothing short of stunning.
As Erika predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the chaos in the bathroom, he had snuck out of the door. Erika had guessed this much. She retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from the outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the locked room. However, by thinking outside of the locked room, Battler broke through. We can use anyone to explain it, but let's go with the piece of Kyrie, his mother. Just like Battler, the other victims of the first Twilight had not been confirmed dead with the Red Truth. In other words, just like Battler, the others, including Kyrie, can still move. And their locked rooms are not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kyrie came to save him. Kyrie followed behind Erika and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, she entered the room in his place. Then, Kyrie reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet just like Battler had done. Yes, it is true that Battler isn't inside this guest room right now. However, that doesn't mean that no one else is inside it. Kyrie took Battler's place in the closet, and the one exception that Erika left unchecked is there still. Kyrie saved Battler.
Ushiromiya Kyrie cannot save Battler.
Huh?
What do you mean? Ushiromiya Kyrie cannot save Battler.
Arabaki Gaming with the $2. Yep. Uh-huh. Here we go.
But why not? There's no red saying that Kyrie can't save Battler. Wait a second. How are you using the Red Truth?
It's valid. Dlanor's Red Truth is valid.
Applying for authorization to unsheath the red key. Granted. Dlanor, do it, please. But how? How can you authorize that?
It's valid. I guarantee this Red Truth by impartial judgment.
Without telling us your reason?
We'll reveal that soon. Very soon.
But Battler hasn't proclaimed Kyrie dead with the Red Truth yet. It's allowed for Kyrie to be playing dead. And the duct tape has already been used on 3 rooms, making it impossible for you to seal Kyrie's room. So how can you use the Red Truth to say that Kyrie can't save Battler? That Red Truth has no basis.
We'll tell you its basis soon. But more importantly, Lambda, the logic with Kyrie has ceased to function. You should probably find another piece to switch places with Battler, don't you think?
Yes. There are still pieces that can save Battler.
Reconstruct the logic. All we need is someone who can switch places with Battler. It doesn't have to be Kyrie.
Then let's switch it to Natsuhi. Ushiromiya Natsuhi switched places with Battler. Dlanor, do it. As you wish.
Dlanor's red longsword smashed Natsuhi's piece into little bits. How? How can Erika deny this logic without the detective's authority?
Ushiromiya Natsuhi cannot save Battler. Then Ava! Ushiromiya Ava! Ushiromiya Ava cannot save Battler. Then Rosa! Maria! Save your breath. Neither Rosa nor Maria can come to his aid. Death! 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 Death!
Death, 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 death! Die the death! Sentenced to death! Great equalizer is the death! Objection! Erica-san doesn't have the detective's authority. How can she use any red except for the duct tape seals?
Objection overruled. The lack of the detective's authority does not imply that no red truth can be used whatsoever. There is a way, isn't there?
Yes, there is. There are a few exceptional red truths that even humans without the detective's authority can use.
That's crazy. There's no way something like that exists.
Yes, such a thing cannot exist. However, there is a certain action permissible only to humans without the detective's authority. And it can become a truth of such overwhelming credibility that witches can easily raise it to the level of red truth. A certain action permissible only to humans who aren't the detective?
You don't mean... Erica, you didn't!
I've got it. Yes, if I'm right, these red truths are valid.
I don't understand. Was there some power that could be used without the detective's authority?
There is. There's just one.
So you finally realize. That's right. And it was for that reason and that reason alone that I abandoned the detective's authority this time around. You told me that I could make the detective proclamation whenever I wanted, right? Well, unfortunately, I'm no longer capable of making that proclamation.
Noxus. Which one was it?
Noxus 7. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. But that's... What? What?
Finally, Beato realized everything. Yes, the detective's authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning, but it eliminates one single privilege. That is Noxus' 7th commandment. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Digimaniacs with the $10. Battler's trying to play poker with chess pieces, meanwhile Erica over here eating his pieces while he is not looking. Literally! In this game, it is impossible for humans without the detective's authority to examine corpses perfectly. So, there have been several tricks where the dead have all been faking and walking around where they please. You probably thought you could use that logic to create several impossible crimes after this. When I said that I wouldn't make the detective proclamation, somewhere on the inside you must have said, I've won. You're pretty sly yourself. You gave me the duct tape seals seemingly out of mercy, but that was because you planned to have all of the first Twilight victims survive, band together and carry out the crimes. That's why you gave me only 3 rooms worth, which wouldn't cover all 6 people. No matter which rooms I sealed, at least one of your pawns could move freely. You must have been plotting to use that to corner me. But too bad! Your naivete is deeply tiresome. You stupid man!
I admit it. I admit that I fell for your monkey show, and that in my pride I tried to show you some mercy. That's right. Even without the detective's authority, there is a way. A way for a human to make sure that a corpse examination cannot fail. Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse. With just a quick glance, your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain a more precise result. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can reach up to 99%, you can never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way. One way to conduct a perfect examination.
Kill them. It's as simple as that. Without the detective's authority, I can't tell whether the victims are dead or faking. So I needed a way to be sure. And if possible, it would have been preferable if they were removed from the game board, so they couldn't make a mess of things later on. So I dashed all over the mansion, visited all of the crime scenes, and I killed everyone all over again. What on earth?
Of course, she couldn't just kill them however she liked. It had to be a perfect way of killing, good enough that their deaths could be determined with the red truth. Erica made sure of that. The manner in which they were each killed differed.
But afterwards, she completely severed the heads of all those she killed. That method of killing is solid enough to be called a red truth, right, Lambda?
It's valid. No human could survive after being decapitated.
Could you have severed all of those heads without getting any blood on you? For example, you can take a large trash bag from the kitchen and grab the knife through it. Then, if you cover the entire corpse with the trash bag as you do your work, you can block nearly all of the blood spatter. Naturally, I prepared a separate knife and bag for each person I killed and left those items at the crime scene. Of course, I didn't humiliate myself by walking around with them, leaving blood in the hallways and dirtying my clothes. There will probably be trash bags left at the crime scene with my fingerprints on them. But since the game ends before the police come and the bags won't be used as evidence of anything, they can just be left there without a problem.
Are you insane? What kind of mystery would ever allow something like that?
I can't believe I'm hearing that from a witch on the fantasy side. Oh, and don't worry. I didn't kill you. I found you last and didn't have time to sever your head. So I just sealed your whole room with duct tape you gave me. Then again, that might have been because I knew this would happen and wanted to watch you flounder. Oh, that's right. Just like I can say that I killed them in red, I can say one more thing.
At that point, Erica stopped for a second, and still, is she really capable of an expression even uglier than all the ones before? With that, greatest of all faces, she spoke.
All 5 people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Everyone faithfully played dead as best they could until the moment just before I killed them, okay? Maria-san was quite the little trooper. After all, even though her mother had already been killed in the same room, she kept on playing dead without even noticing.
Devils. Up to now, many witches and demons have appeared in this tale, but this is the first time I've seen a true devil.
You bastards! You bastards!
At last, Beato understood the entire plot of this tale. This tale was just the story of a prank. Someone must have come up with the idea of playing a slightly harsh trick on their inconsiderate guest, who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of a great detective. And several people had agreed to go along with it. The ones who would play the victims went into their assigned rooms, set the chain and lock from the inside, and played dead to create a fake locked room murder. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsuhi to die in her own room. If you're going to play dead, it's only natural that you'd want to lie down on your own bed. Ava's vanity is strong, so she must have volunteered to die in the VIP room. Kyrie was in Krause's study. That was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. A soft sofa would have been a great place to play dead. Maria had gone the extra mile to make it look more realistic by lying dead alongside the wall. Battler was in a guest room. The temperature here was also nice. The bed must have also been fairly pleasant. Yes, the victims for this first Twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. In the past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed or in the boiler room. This time, there were no victims in any such inhospitable environments. This is probably the truth. This was the story of a prank where no one was dead in the first place, and then, this devil turned it into a genuine murder case.
You do have the right to speak ill of Lady Erica. However, at this moment, you have the obligation to present new logic that does not lead to any contradictions.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, corpses to corpses. So, Battler-san, let's continue the game. Please present a different human to switch places with you. If you don't, your trick will become a logic error.
There's now no one who can come to the rescue. Eric has killed every last one of them.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Battler-san, please calm yourself. Now's the time to wipe our tears away and fight. Even if you've lost 5 pieces who can save you, there's still 11 in the guest house. Claire Meeben with the $20. From a harmless prank to a true nightmare. Very apropos.
You're right. Kraus, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, George, Jessica, Shannon, Kanon, Genji, Goda, Kumasawa, Nanjo. It doesn't matter who, as long as someone comes here. Somebody, help!
But there's no way! Take a look at this. Gertrude. Cornelia.
For your attention, we beg to inform you that we are here and ready.
Butler Swan. You gotta see this. What's the deal?
Erica, who was now so excited that her pronunciation was tumbling all over the place, pointed at 2 doors. It was the hallway on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin's room and the next room over.
Look, here. There's something stuck to the door. Was this? Hey, do you know Gertrude?
For your attention, know that it's the duct tape seal of the cousin's room.
Yes, chat, this part is absolutely excellently voice acted in the original Japanese. I would highly encourage taking a moment after the stream at some point to go look it up.
Oh yeah! Very good! One more! Was about this thing on this door. Be advised that it's the duct tape seal of the next room over. Oh yeah, very good! Okay, you two, and all of you watching at home on your TVs, please have a look at the duct tape seals on both doors. So, what do you think of them? Are they broken? Are they not broken? Please, the red truth loudly so we can all hear. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that neither is broken. Know that an unbroken seal is proof that all hitherto have been denied passage. It needs no second telling, but be advised that passing through without breaking the seal is impossible. Good. Battler, it is as you see. There no longer exists anyone who can come to your aid.
The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed, and the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. Erica had anticipated this moment all that time ago, and that was why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing these 2 rooms. This resolved the confusion Cornelia had felt back then. Why wouldn't the human side player want as many free humans as possible? That was a natural, simple question to ask. However, once you seal up all of the humans, there is no room for magic to intervene. Why is magic magic? Because the people who saw it say that it was magic. Then, is it possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? There's no problem with that because there's no anti-magic toxin, right? Wrong. Magic is in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different than a delusion, a daydream. Magic with results must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erica's strategy for this game, and her beautiful checkmate.
Well now, who's going to come and save you? Please tell me who the real person is who switched places with you, remained in the guest room in your place, and set the chain lock from the inside. If they even exist.
Well, Battler, you have a broken thread of logic. Who could have come to save you? You're currently in the middle of a logic error.
Wait, I'm still thinking.
Battler, you have 2 rights and 1 obligation. Your first right is the right to build a new thread of logic to reconstruct your locked room trick. Your second right is the right to come clean and admit to your logic error. And your 1 obligation is to choose one of those 2 options.
There is some mercy. There's no restriction on the amount of time you have to make that choice. That's right. Your time is endless. Eternal.
I'm sure there's still some way. Some twisted logic or loophole or... Anyway, I'm sure that there's still some way. Rem with the $6. Bwattler Schwan. The moment that made me interested in Umineko after seeing it completely out of context on YouTube. Amazing job voicing Erica. Thank you! I was really looking forward to getting to this part because I knew that it would be the time to go ham.
I'm thinking about it. What about you, Beato? Let me know if you find anything. I'm sure the old Beato could have managed something. She built up several locked rooms like this.
Beato felt awful. Why was she Beato and yet not? Surely the old her would have thought up a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that, she could guide Battler to victory. But she couldn't do it as her current self. Yes, I'm sure you'll think of a good trick. Eventually, surely, probably, maybe. Pretty sure it's impossible, though.
So then, Battler, let's get back to the guest room. From now on, that will be your world.
Once again, they returned to the slightly chilly guest room. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in. Here's the room you'll spend your days in from now on. You just need to escape from this room by any means you want.
However, there are conditions. As I believe you know, these are all things you forced on yourself. First, this room is a locked room created from the inside. The seals on the windows are intact, so there can be no escape from there. Of course, there is no way to escape by leaving through the bathroom. I'll make it simple. There is no exit to escape from except for this door. However, the chain lock on this door is set. You can unset and reset it all you want, but you can only do so from the inside. Furthermore, you're free to go out through the door, but leaving while the chain lock remains unset will not count as an escape. You have to show that you can escape from this room with the chain lock still connected.
But he couldn't possibly...
He couldn't possibly do it. He made this locked room himself.
We have set up just one exit outside, other than the door. That one's in the bathroom.
My merciful master has arranged for a last way out if you fail to think of any trick to escape. Please listen up.
Bernkastel guided Battler to the bathroom. It was just a normal bathroom. The setup intended to surprise Erica and buy Battler time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and nippers that had been used to prepare that trap still lay in the empty bathtub.
Are you saying that I can use these to help me escape?
Yes, please feel free. It's a present. However, no matter what you use, you can't lock the room from the outside. And you can't fool the seals either, okay? These tools aren't here to help you pull some trick with the chain lock. They're here to let you escape from this room in a more direct way.
How am I supposed to use these?
Not bad, Bern. I see that your mind's as grotesque as ever.
There's an exit that leads directly outside from this bathroom. Can you find it?
You don't mean... Did you figure it out, Beato? Please, tell me!
That's impossible.
Please, where is it? Tell me! We can't let the game end like this!
There.
Huh? Where? Under the bathtub?
Can't you see it? There's a round hole that leads straight out of this room. It's a bit small, though.
You...
It's the drain right there at the bottom of the bathtub. You can get out through there without touching the chain lock. But your body's a bit too big to get through this exit. That's why I decided to lend you those tools there. Escape? Through the drain? How? She couldn't mean using those nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? Battler and Beato had already realized. They had figured out this demonic way the demons were proposing.
Just use those nippers and cut your body into pieces that can fit.
Pinch, rip, snip. You can sit back in the tub under a hot shower and start from your toes. Snip, then wash. Snip, then wash. Just keep doing that. No. What do you know? You suddenly managed to escape from the locked room.
Oh, what do you know is right, my master. It looks like both siblings are going to end up the same way. But Bern, If he does it that way, the hand holding the nippers will be left at the end.
That's why we have the wire. Beforehand, Battler will have to wrap the wire around his wrist, then stretch the other end out into the corridor through the crack in the door. You should be able to fit just a wrist through the crack left by the chain lock. If you can make yourself that small, I'd be happy to pull that wire from the hallway and save you.
My master, if you do that, I want it. Battler's wrist.
And what would you use that for? But no, I've already decided to use it as a back scratcher. When the time comes, I'll scratch your back with it. What do you say?
Yes, my master. Master's going to scratch my back with Battler's hand.
Finding them annoying? Irritating? Obnoxious?
Don't worry. It'll get quiet real soon. Until you can escape from this room, all noise to disturb your thoughts will disappear for all eternity.
That's a relief. I'll be glad of the quiet.
Here's some advice from a survivor of hell. Enjoy the liveliness while you can. Even the annoying insults you hear now will be useful as fond memories to preserve your sanity in the depths of eternal silence. Do you hate Vern and Erica? Then that's their parting gift to you. As long as you have hatred, you'll be able to avoid giving up. Giving up has a completely different meaning here, okay? Once you give up, still can't escape and realize that hell is eternal, you'll wish you prepared yourself earlier.
Did you just call yourself a survivor? Then you also...
You know, every once in a while, that terror comes back to me. I wonder whether I really have escaped from that hell. What if I actually lost my mind a long time ago? I'm still in there, just having delusions about being here and chatting happily with you all like this. That nightmare still terrifies me. And so, I need to constantly feel, truly feel that this isn't a dream. Hey, are you guys really real? You aren't just an insane delusion I'm having inside that hell, right? Right? Right?
There was something in Lambda Delta's pleading expression that sent shivers down her spine. Down the spine. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening words she could have used with even the most vile expression on her face. It was time for Battler to realize. A logic error isn't so sympathetic that you can just stick out your tongue, ask for forgiveness, and say you'll be more careful next time. Even if you feel that the fight is at the point where you can't back down, risking a logic error by leaving things up to chance is never a risk you should take. It was time for him to pay up and understand the true risk and terror implied by the words betting one's life on a fight, which must sound so exciting for a man.
Butler-san, hang in there. I'll think deeply upon it as well. I'll devote everything I have to thinking of a trick to escape this room. I will come to save you.
Beato. I'll definitely think of something. Just you watch!
Well, regretfully, it's time for us to leave. We mustn't get in the way of his job any longer.
See you later, Battler-san. Or like you'd say it, see you again, right? Have a nice day.
Later, Battler. Good luck.
Battler-san, don't give up. You'll definitely think of a trick. I'll think as well, and I'll come to save you.
Beato?
Before he could finish saying Beato's name, they had all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared in a golden spray, or turned into butterflies and flown away. As if there had never been anyone but him in this room to begin with, Battler blinked once, and everyone else was gone. Nothing remained. Not their voices, their presence, their warmth, nor even the faint perfume Beato had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in the lonely sound of the wind and rain. With that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible a punishment this would be.
Damn those bastards.
It can't be that hard to get out of a room like this. I mean, rooms are made so that people can come in and out of them, right? If they can't do that, you wouldn't call it a room. This is stupid. It's easy to undo a lock and a chain from the inside. Damn it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy. And undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. It's off. What a stupid puzzle. Look, now the door opens freely. See? Hey, what's this cold feeling on my neck? What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly this iron collar around my neck that's attached to a chain? Damn it, who would do something like that? When I reset the chain lock, it disappears. And when I undo it, it comes back. The chain is pretty long, so I can make it a little way out into the hallway, but I can't go far from the door. Then, if I close the door, stand on the outside and stick my hand through the crack, and just somehow set that chain. Why have I always been so clumsy? I'm not really clumsy, it's just that me and chain locks don't go well together. Ah, damn it, I hate chain locks, I hate chains. Why won't it work? Why can't I set the chain lock from the outside? Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Battler-san! Battler-san! Hang in there! Hang in there!
Can't get out.
Beato called out to Battler repeatedly, shaking his shoulders hard, but by now, Battler's eyes were blank. The words didn't reach him. Bernkastel and Erica had already left. The game was officially suspended until Battler could think of a new trick, but it was doubtful that it would be resumed even after 1,000 years or more.
Okay, I'm heading off too. So long, you two.
There's no need to say so long. We'll think of a trick in no time, and the game will resume. We won't take up your time. So stay here a little longer, please.
We've drawn those same words out of many a witch's mouth in the past, and I've heard of hardly any who have actually managed to resume their games. As far as I know, the only two are me and Bern.
Why would a person who knows about that hell throw another person into it? Just because you're bored? Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. It's to escape from boredom. Because when we get bored, we remember. We remember that hell. And you know, by throwing someone else down into that hell, we realize that, oh, we're the ones on the throwing side. And that means we aren't in that hell ourselves. If we don't keep doing that, then the fear of that hell will overwhelm us.
If you two manage to get out of it, then he can as well. I will save him. For certain.
For certain? You stand before the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta, and swear a certain outcome?
Yes, for certain.
Very well. I was the guardian for the former you anyway. Though the current you is different. I'll do you one last favor. I'll give you a parting gift.
And what is that?
Hope. The hope that as long as you hold on to your certainty, your wish will definitely come true. Listen, the old you was the endless witch Beatrice. You used to love detective novels that depicted impossible crimes, and you used those to make the claim that a witch existed, to make many people believe in magic, as one stage on your path to becoming a witch.
Detective novels.
Yep. The old you was an avid reader. A lover of detective novels and locked room murders. and a super expert on impossible crimes. After devouring book after book and reading through countless locked room tricks, you hit upon the ultimate single origin trick, and you used it to form the core of your system of magic. Battler told you, right? He told you that the old you would definitely have thought of a way out of this predicament. I'll acknowledge that. I guarantee it by the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. The old you would definitely have solved this locked room trick. That's my parting gift to you. Goodbye. You've sworn certainty to the Witch of Certainty, so I won't say farewell. I'll see you again soon.
Yes. We'll see you again. Soon.
Lambda Delta vanished into thin air. And left behind in the witch's tea room were the two who had held the title of Endless Witch. One had empty eyes. The other supported the first by his side. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of how their relationship had been in the previous game.
Alright, chat, I've got a question for you. Because I've been thinking about it while we've been going through here. You have two options. We can either continue for a little bit, and the next stream will be shorter, and this one will be longer, or we can stop here, and this stream will be shorter, and the next one will be longer. Which would you prefer? Pining tree. Next one is last. Yep, the next one will be the end of episode 6. Stop here. Kind of like this is a stop. Good stop. I say stop here. I think next should be long. It's a really good stopping point. Okay. You all seem pretty leaned toward stop, but I don't want to be unfair to the couple of people who are saying continue, so I will make a poll real quick. So, here it is. I will let it run for, like, let's see, it's 10:52 here right now. I will let it run until, like, 10:58. And I will take a BRB for a moment, and if the vote at that point is for stop, then we will move on to theorizing and fan art, and if it's continue, then you know. So I will be back in a few.
I have returned with ice cream, and I can see that the poll seems to be staying where it is. It's got 1 minute, or a little less than a minute, but that being said, yes, Indigo has a good point that I need to reiterate to people. I have a new video coming out tomorrow, and I realize that it is probably on a subject that is not exactly super popular compared to what I usually do. So this is my time to plug. This is my time to shill. Please watch my video so that I can pay my rent. Please. But anyway. Ryan, it is a video on Monkey Island. Nozo, you don't really have to. I give all of the context that you'll need to know. Okay, the poll has stopped at stop. So we will stop here, but we will also do theories and fan art, like usual. So, what is Monkey Island, Emma? It is, not the first, but one of the first and most, like, formative, popular adventure games of all time. It is pretty much what inspired, like, a lot of adventure games to come. So we would probably not have a lot of the stuff that I covered on this channel because of it. I mean, like, we would not have those things if it didn't exist, is what I mean. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Anyway, let's put on the characters menu and leave up the Rat Pat while you guys talk about stuff. While I get art up. So, get your theories out now. It's time. Let's see. No, don't go to Google. That's not what I wanted. Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry. Damn it. Hold on. Indigo, just for you. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm not gonna put it off. I'm sorry about that. I totally forgot. I was just very busy with video stuff. That is my bad. Hold up. Let me find... There she is. Yeah, don't worry about it after Pros. Totally fine. Okay, so this is that where... Do I not have the original without the text? Surely I must. Somewhere. Shit. Damn. Okay. I could have sworn that I had it. Hold on. I still can do this. Has link, has image from... Can I... What? Why is it not letting me...
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Indigo. For some reason, it's not letting me search specific users' messages. I apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, yep. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. I got it. Channel art. Save that over. Update. Okay. Okay. Change the font to Kimberly. Because it's a nice font and I like it. Text, don't do that. Where's the center? There's the center, but it looks weird, so I'm gonna not have it on the exact center. And then... Okay. Think that should be good. Hopefully, let me just make sure that the image updates in Streamlabs. Aha! Yes! We did it! Thank you. Okay, now... you guys are already theorizing, but I'll pull up fan art now. Also, Kitty with the 10 pounds. Amazing voice acting as always, especially for the Erica scenes. What she did was awful, but I can't even be mad. This was on Battler and the Pebble got him. Yeah, pretty much. But thank you. I appreciate it. Do you think I could beat a King's Quest game? We'll see. King's Quest is hard. I'm just gonna mute my mic for a second while I chomp.
Okay, back from the ice cream mines. Also, Bailey with the $20, a little bit of a direct support before Monkey Island. Really appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Genuinely. Oh my god. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to just show directly because unfortunately Twitter is stupid and doesn't let you open GIFs in a separate tab. So. Okay, that should be everything. Oh yes, there's also a couple of things on the Discord. Let me get that in as well. This is so cute. Actually, if ERA is in the chat still, can I ask, are you okay with me showing off your Witch OC that you were working on in the art channel, or do you want that to wait for another time? Okay, yes, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because you didn't specify that it was specifically for the stream, so I just, didn't want to show it if you weren't comfortable with that, but good to know, good to know. Okie dokie. I think it is time for me to start reading the chat now. That took a while. Okay, let's scroll all the way back. Okay. Theory, my brain is melted after this entire stream. True, I'll confirm that. Let's see. Ultimate Zorlink. Feel like I've already let my wildest theories. All that's left is fleshing out what we still don't know. Fair enough. Ryan, I came from Curie MatPat times, and this is awful, but fits so well. Yeah. Atropos. Okay, I mean, Sayoshia theory is looking good as hell. I don't understand why the love trial will be mutually exclusive otherwise. Okay. I'm curious if any of these recent developments affect any theories. Ultimate Zorlink. Only thing I noticed is that they said some comfy rooms means they were faking the dead, and episode 5 had comfy rooms and disappearing corpses. Who knows? I remember being theorized that the original episode 3 was going to have Battler do the same thing as Erica by becoming the culprit to save his family from suspicion. Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. I don't know if how that would have went down and how that would have changed the story if that were as early as episode 3, especially. That would be crazy. Circling Spyro. I don't know if I have theories that are burning right now since the one I posited about Battler's logic error came true. Great bait and switch, though. I mean, hey, you called it. You get a victory. Definitely noticing something about the love duel. There's a reason that Battler, as a narrator, is paying so much attention to it. Was Erica killing everyone a retroactive move or not? That's the only thing I'm not sure on. Yeah, she killed them as she discovered the corpses, so that wasn't something that she did retroactively. She was said to have been racing around to all of them. She just didn't mention that she did it directly. Corporal, based on how Byrne and her were talking to themselves about how sure they were that everyone was dead, this is 100% the plan all along.
Ultimate Zorlink, as one of the original canon equals Shannon theories, I feel like the fact that they can't both love somebody is the hint that they're the same person, and Umineko doesn't believe in polyamory. Well, I wouldn't, I wouldn't necessarily say if that is the case. Like, I mean, it's Japan in the 80s. People in Japan in the 80s don't believe in polyamory. Ryukishi has yet to, it is yet to be seen. Ryukishi has had some interesting thoughts on things in recent years that have been surprisingly based, so... I mean, who knows? Normal Gay Bro. If this really is the last game on this game board, then I think maybe the last 2 episodes will be what I thought all the Unraveling arc would be, where we have future people in Anjay's time investigating the events that took place on the island. I really feel like we're going to get that at some point, and part of it is because the intro you showed at the end of the question arcs, there were some lovely anime men who my gay has not forgotten since then, and for some reason they looked like future boys instead of furniture boys. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Seditious. Sort of theory, Erika could have instantly won if she just killed Battler like the others, since no one would exist to move him, and M. Battler would think that he was still alive, but wanted to make it hurt more. Yeah, I think that's probably safe to assume, honestly. Did Erika start playing the killing for specific with the red for the word everyone? Maybe. We can't know how far back the rat's machinations go unless she says for certain, I suppose. Donkey Monkey. If Battler goes back on no one being in the room, he could technically get around the red truths by saying he is not Ushiramiya Battler, but I can't see him doing that unless it's to then kill Erika. I mean, if he just admits that he was lying about all of that, then, like, that's basically as good as breaking the entire game at that point. He was a little too stubborn in doubling down on all of these things being true, and now he's worked himself into a corner. Ultimate Zorlink. If my reasoning for canon equals Shannon is right, feels like this is hinting that Chick Beato is also Shannon, strengthening Shannon Triche theories. Okay, interesting. Atropos, it can be Sayo equals Shannon in canon and Beato. Perhaps. It's very funny how often I just have to look at all your theories and scratch my chin and say, interesting, and, like, that's literally all I can say. I'm paying attention. I promise. It's just, you know, I literally cannot say anything more than that a lot of the time. Also, I would say that you should disclose that you're a poly to any partners you start before you start dating them. Don't love the Ushiramiya polycool bomb. That is also true. You should definitely tell people before you do that, because that at that point it is not really a polycool, it is just cheating on them. Hanayomi-e. I have this theory, it's so dumb, by the way. So I was thinking, why would Kinzo just give Natsuhi a random child? I was thinking Battler was actually Kinzo's child from the human captive Beato. Since Kraus was the eldest, then Battler Baby would have been the successor if he does deem Kraus inept to succeed. So in a way, he planted baby Battler in Natsuhi's care for that. I was starting to subscribe to that one theory about Jessica being Asumu's child and stuff, and I wanted to try thinking of where... It scrolled me down in the middle of reading your comment. No. Where did it go? I wanted to try to think of where Battler went if that's the case. TLDR, Jessica is the Asumu Rudolph child, and Battler is the captive Beato and Kinzo's child. Interesting. Interesting. I think it is a really interesting way to frame that as, like, Battler being deliberately planted to undermine Kraus's authority. That would be quite a play. Damn. I'm a little blown away thinking about that one. I think Erika has shown that Elder Beato is a combo. Kinzo's Beatrice and the spirits of Rokenjima combined into one being. So that leaves Chick Beato, the one dedicated to Battler, and I think that is Shannon, hence her also being part of the love duel where only one pair can win. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, I see what you're getting at. Very interesting. Theory. Battler legally changed his name to Incompetent before the family meeting. This was foreshadowed when Beatrice said in red that Ushirumi Battler is incompetent. My name is Incompetent Ushirumi. But then he wouldn't have been able to say that I am Ushirumi Battler, so too bad. Atropos, everything about this is making me dig my heels in deeper with the unified Sayo theory. Everyone is Sayo. Sayo is representatively settling for two kind of bad options with George and Jessica, whereas Battler is representative taking all the aspects of her and accepting them as well. The other options involve denying aspects of themself. Well, yeah, I mean, not to get into that. I guess not to spin too far of a yarn from where we stand or anything like that, but your theory, very compelling, would definitely imply that in some way this person is not cis. Just putting that out there, which is awesome. Don't have any real good serious theories at this point, so I shall simply create more small bombs claims until one is correct. So there was a small bomb and it opened and resealed the door. Awesome. I created a crater in the lock. It was so imperceptible that you didn't see it. Smiles. Comfy rooms and the death being fake is interesting when considering Ava and Hideyoshi's death in episode 1 in the guest room. But there are definitely stipulations to things like that as well. There are definitely cases in which people have died in comfy rooms where we have had it confirmed to us that they are for sure definitely dead in there. So it's definitely a different case from something where they're faking being dead. But that just depends on how the rest of the circumstances surrounding it played out, obviously. So cute to me how Battler opted to not make any of his family be the bad guy or have to die once he became the game master. He loves his family so much. Yeah, I wanted to mention that because on one hand, yes, you're right. I think it is very consistent with his character. It's fascinating. It's great. And it is also his downfall. Because Battler claims in this episode to now completely understand Beatrice's game, to understand where she is coming from, to understand everything that led to who she is. But in recreating her game, he is still unwilling to do it the way she would do it. He is not willing to kill his loved ones. He's not willing to give up on them. This is understandable, but it is a flaw in his plan. And that very flaw undermines his whole thing and gets him fucked up. And I'm going to steal a quote from the Golden Truths podcast episode about this episode, which we will be able to listen to after next week. But, like, his game falls short in the same way that his Beatrice falls short. You know? Shannon is a military plant who invented small bombs and tested them on the Ushiromis. Fair. I think that's totally true. Nezo. Theory. I don't fully know the details, but I still firmly believe that there's a second Battler somehow. I've already said it, but I think Rudolph has a third child that is the Battler we know. By some unknown method X, the child of him and Asumu ended up getting abandoned and ended up in the orphanage with its heritage being unknown. This child ended up being the baby from 19 years ago who managed to survive the accident by some unknown method Y. This baby grew up to resent the Ushirimiya family and has been on the island for some unknown method Z. I think the way the number of people work is that canon equals Shannon theory is true, and that reduces the number of people on the island by 1, offering up the opportunity for Fowler to exist. This theory has been damaged by what has just happened, though. My theory to this point was the battler struggling in the locked room was Fowler, and that the room was representative of the Yoshiramiya family covering up his existence. Now, however, I feel that's more of a literal representation of Battler's current hell. Still, I think the theory holds some water. I feel like the unanswered question of Battler's birth circumstances just doesn't make sense otherwise. Okay, interesting. Once again, interesting. Care Bear and Ross with the $5. To be fair, Game 5 contains a confirmation that death actually happened, so it seems like he's intending to get there. Erica's just loves jumping the gun. Yeah, also fair. Haravaki Gaming, guys, I have to confess, I'm Shannon. we finally found you out! ERA, get on this, we found her! We declined to repeat Ryukishi doesn't believe in polyamory. We won't explain why. So if Erica killing everyone isn't a retroactive move, how would she be able to do that without Battler noticing? I really don't get that. I mean, yeah, like, you would have to look back at the text and, like, really sort of get granular with it. But I think it can be implied that there are things that she is doing without directly mentioning it, but if she hints at it well enough, then it can still be like, oh, you can't say that it came out of nowhere, you know. Which, there were definitely things that she was saying along with Burn and Lambda, which definitely hint at it. But it is a point worth bringing up, for sure. Also, I was thinking that Elder Beato and Beatrice have a similar dynamic to Virgilia and Beato, and we know Virgilia was once Beato, so it could be possible that they represent that dynamic. Interesting. Are there any other Shannons we should know about? Everyone here is just Spider-Man pointing at each other. But if everyone is Cyan, then who's flying the plane? The one Spider-Man meme, but it's with Shannon. We are all Shannon. This is happy birthday, Shannon. Oh god, this is a regular Sora Kingdom Hearts situation here. Everybody is Sora, or everybody who is not Sora is Xehanort. Okay, I think we've had some good chat. I think we've had some good theory chat. So, I believe now is the time to close up shop on theory chat and get to fan art. So let's do that. Could you please give me the window? Thank you. Drag it over here and turn it on. Alrighty then. So first, we have this from Evie-Hime on Tumblr: a witch chasing a miracle, a witch chasing love. Been watching NezumiVA's streams on Umineko, and I have a lot of feelings about episode 6. Literally, don't look at the fucking bus sketch above the drawing. I don't plan these. This is just crap from a big page. I just wanted to get this out there. This is... oh, man. This... this hurts. Like, when I saw it the other day, I was like, ooh, like, grabbed my chest, like, it's very good. It's very good. The towering, like, sort of, like, Battler's back going off into the distance is, it's really good. Really, really good work. Very good art. Damn. Yeah. I don't have anything else to say because it just gets me, but, like, very good job. Very good job. We have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. something something stuffed lions. I only want good things for Maria, and really, who doesn't? This is Saber from Fate, in the little lion suit. Go. And then Maria with this lion as well. This is so adorable. I love Artoria, and I mean, we all love Maria, obviously. So, you know, the greatest duo that we never knew we needed. Which is funny, because there actually is a character in Umineko that is voiced by Saber's voice actress. But we haven't gotten to that character yet. I'll be sure to point that character out when we do. So next, we have this from the Death Dashbird on Tumblr, Zeppelin and Furfur. Not sure if much more can be said. It's peak. That's all that needs to be said. It's peak. Oh my god. We have this from Indigo, also on Tumblr, at Spaniel Tower. Umineko, that one Matrix shitpost, except it's this. And we'll look at it first before we read the caption.
I just passed the Bechdel test.
Show me.
I wasn't planning on trying to make this look good, but I honestly am pretty proud of this, especially page 1 here. It's based on a silly post. I thought it would be funny in the context of the episode 5 ending. I had an idea for another piece involving Glenor, but it got a bit complex for me, so I'm shelving it for now. I did enjoy drawing her here, though. I tried to give her larger cheeks and eyes to emphasize her childish appearance. For some reason, I keep drawing Battler more femininely, which isn't necessarily bad, but I can't stop it. I see this man, and I womanize him. Still a fun time all in all. Not sure what's happening next in the read-through, but I think it's funny how the love trials can be summed up as prove you love each other by doing the plot for me. I also really love Anjay and Featherine's dynamic off on the side. I'll try to do something with them next week. By the way, I want to take a second to shout out Seasons of Gensokyo again. It's dropping this Sunday, and I did some art for it. I'll probably have a lot of Toho stuff on this blog too for the next while. Like this evening, I got some of Hisami, if that's something you are interested in. Okay, bye. Lovely, lovely. Always good to plug Toho fan work. And this is great too. I really, really like the lighting on like the fragments here in particular. Very pretty. Really like that a lot. Very good job. Love it. We have this from A-Pining-Tree. Normal gay bros crucifixion request accepted. Prepare your hands and ankles for brutal nailing. Never forget our beloved she-they Natsui. I forgot Natsui. Damn. Some crimes can never be forgiven. We have, yes, this. So this is from Angst-Stephanie on Tumblr. This was meant to be a shitpost because of that super quick joke last time about Matt Pat being a witch hunter, but I ended up really falling in love with this OC. And let's tab over to this. Matthias, the Mad King, sorcerer of forbidden knowledge. Once a beloved governor of the heavens, his insatiable hunger for knowledge slowly drove him away from both his duties and sanity, until being exiled by the gods for blasphemy against their teaching, as many things were never for lower beings to find. Has a tendency to slip from normal speech into rhymes and riddles, and often his eyes drift away. However, many witches are willing to allow his eccentricities, to play games with him, as he proves a good antidote against their illness. Matthias enjoys creating game boards even more than playing them, which means he has an army of unused pieces. He'll gladly let others borrow them as long as they're willing to play with him first. Some say, somewhere in his muttering madness, the secrets to heaven, hell, and purgatory can be found. And, on the same post, we also have Matthew Patthew, an American witch hunter who has come all the way to Japan in order to discover more about what happened that day. He is known in the community because of his out-there theories, dramatic even for Rokkenschmigate standards. Anjay doesn't like him much, but that same scent of the truth can be found in his conspiracy boards and nodes. And the traditional versions, because I like them more, to be honest. Didn't make it to today's stream, but hope I finish this before it ends. And absolutely, I hate to give you this one. I genuinely hate to give you this one, but I really, really like this. Like, this is actually kind of awesome. Like, this is the best way you could do something like this.
And also this design is like actually fantastic. And like the description on this one in particular is really, really good. The like creating multiple pieces, lending them out to people if they'll play with, like, oh, that's so good. Fuck. I literally just have to take the L. I just have to give you your victory. This is really awesome. So yeah, very, very, very good. We have this from Dark Fuck Prince, but the U is an X on Tumblr. Look, I just have difficulty believing that Natsuhi Shiramiya would let her daughter wear a skirt that short in general, let alone when all the relatives are coming over, so I put Jessica in an 80s church dress. She's grumpy because she hates it. I gave up on the shoes, I'm sorry, I hate shoes. And 80s church dresses often had floral patterns, but I didn't want to draw that. Fair enough. But also, I think that would be, like, an interesting look for Jessica, definitely. She would not like it, but it would be interesting. Arhabaki Gaming with the $5. Matthew Pathew solves the murders with his forbidden detective technique, the Matrick Patrick. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Before I move on from Tumblr, also let me go ahead and refresh just to make sure. Okay, yep, we're good. Very good, though. And next we have this from regular contributor Yomie_0613 on Twitter.
Yes, periods. I'm familiar indeed.
You get period, Uncle Rudolph?
Yes, but not anymore. Don't tell anyone, by the way.
Uncle Rudolph is pregnant!
I will never let go of this headcanon. And of course, this is based off the classic shitpost with Mob and Reagan. Very, very good. And also, right below this,
Oi, Natsuhi. Oi, Natsuhi.
They Natsuhi. Baby, if you still can't get any, maybe I'll give it free of charge. Not, however, 5 months pregnant. No. Okay, Naruhi. Awesome. Great, Rudolph.
I love your Rudolph drawings. They're always great. We have this from Salted Knight on Twitter. Some old sketches of Beatrice the Golden Witch of Rokenjima. Tried using different references to see if I can get her general vibes. I like the top left until I ruined her lips. It's really good though. You should be happy with it. Actually, that reminds me. There is something that Wince sent as well, but I didn't. It wasn't in the tag, so I didn't remember to bring it up. So let me grab that real quick. Let me just slide this in here. Yes, here we go. Okay, so we have. Hold up. Too far away from my drawing tablet, but that's not going to stop me from making a wonderful Umineko OC in time for NezumiVA's Umineko Fridays. Wanon, the most evil servant. It is in red. That must mean it's true.
I'm not just furniture. I'm evil furniture.
Thank you. I take money for my performances sometimes. Please keep this in mind. I'm kidding. But very good. Thank you. We have this from Dav, and this is the one that I had to just leave as a window because unfortunately Twitter won't let me open GIFs like this. Sparkle on, it's Wednesday. Don't forget to be yourself. With Natsuhi. Would Natsuhi say this? Or would she want the Kinzo Tulpa to say this to her? Can you imagine Sparkle on It's Wednesday, Kinzo? I don't want to imagine Sparkle on It's Wednesday, Kinzo. But it is funny. Good job, Dev. And we have these from the from the Discord, this one is from Phantom Marigold.
Solve my fucking riddle.
Which... Solve my fucking riddle. Very, very good. Like this a lot. We have this from Gloomy Squid, which is a picture of Barbados. And really good, too. I like it a lot. Thank you. This is, like, the posing and the colors are really, really good. I like the big poofy. Why am I blanking on the word? You know, the part of the shirt, yeah, you know. Me, the person who designed this character. Yeah, you know, the part of the shirt. But, yeah, can you tell that my brain is dying a little bit? But yes, very good. Thank you. Another gloomy banger. True. We have this, which was put into the chat by Benny. Draws Battler. That's no good. That's no damn good at all. Posts anyway. No, it's good. I like Grumpy Battler. You can see the fire of his hatred as he sits in his timeout room for the next week. At least. We'll see if he gets out next week. We have this from June Pop, 45. Happy late birthday.
Here's some tape, you sad woman.
I don't need your handouts.
Erica Among Us. My hero. The banana George. I'll protect you, son. Or no, is it George or is it somebody else, actually? Because this person looks a little bit too cool to be George, even with the banana. We have this from ERA, also in the Discord. Umineko OC time. The Witch of Wisdom. This is a really, really good drawing. Like, damn. The shading, the, like, texture, just... for traditional, like, on-paper work, especially, like, the pencil... yeah, exactly. The pencil shading eats. It's really, really good. You popped off with this one. I really, really like the clothes, too. Like, just the overall design of the outfit itself is really good. The clock hammer is also really fun. The jagged edge from it being broken. Yeah, that's... damn. Yeah. This is... I really like this one a lot. I hope you draw more of this character. And then we have this also from Phantom Marigold. I was drawing on a flip canvas, shit, whatever. Yes, the lovely Demons of Love. And the little bean. I want that Beato plush so bad. Also, you did a fantastic job drawing these two. Really captured their theatric energy. And the perspective is also really good too, actually. I have to note that with like the arm on the right, especially. That is really like hard to do well. So props for that. That's really, really cool. Please. Nope, stream window doesn't want to cooperate with me. That's fine. But yeah. Uploaded the non-flipped version. Let me check it. Well, there's just a version without Beato as well.
Oh, re-uploaded the non-flipped version. I see. That's what you were saying. I gotcha. But, yes. Very good, very good. Alright. Well, it's been a real one, chat. I've really enjoyed stream today, and with, you know, the theories and fan art, I guess we got to do that for like a tiny bit longer, so between that, we still ended up getting pretty close to our usual time, even if we're a little bit under. But like I said, next week will be a little bit longer, because next week will be the end of episode 6, and that will definitely be a time. But for now, I guess we'll be closing out. I have a new stream, a new video premiering tomorrow. Please clasp my hands together. Please watch it. I would really appreciate it. And also, make sure to check out Salty's video tomorrow as well, Salty DK Dan, because it is the final part of the JoJo Iceberg that I helped him make, which is really cool and awesome, and he's worked really hard on it, and he also deserves your view. So please check that out as well. And until next week, or at least until tomorrow, hopefully, I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.